السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم سرعة التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're starting momentarily. Thank you. كما نأمل منكم وضع الهواتف على الوضع الصامت طيلة فترة هذا المؤتمر. Ladies and gentlemen, please keep your phones on silent mode during this event. Our valued non-Arabic speaking guests, please make use of the simultaneous interpretation headsets provided by our hosts. For those who need them, please ask one of our hosts. نود أن نلفت انتباهكم إلى أن خدمة الترجمة الفورية متاحة من العربية إلى الإنجليزية والعكس طيلة فترة هذا المؤتمر. حياكم الله.
بسم الله بسم الله check 1 check 2 بسم الله بسم الله بسم الله check 1 check 2 بسم الله
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
الحمد لله والصلاة
الحمد
والسلام على
لله
نبيه
والصلاة والسلام
وآله وصحبه أجمعين.
على رسول
In the
الله.
name of Allah, the most merciful, the most gracious, and peace and prayers be upon His Messenger Muhammad. Our valued non-Arabic speaking guests,
المتحدثون
please make
بغير
use of the simultaneous
اللغة
interpretation headsets provided by our hosts. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة الكرام، حفلنا
Excellencies,
الكريم،
dear guests,
السلام عليكم
peace be
ورحمة الله
upon
وبركاته.
you.
أهلا ومرحبا بكم.
Welcome
وبسم الله نبدأ
to this
أعمال اليوم
conference,
الثاني
and we
لقمة
start the
مجلس الخدمات
second
المالية
day
الإسلامية
of the
في دورتها
Islamic
الخامسة
Financial
وخير
Services
ما نبدأ
Board
به يومنا
in
هذا
its 50th
آيات
edition.
كريمات
And the
من
best
الذكر
to start with
الحكيم
today are
يتلوها القارئ
verses
محمد
from
بن
the
سعيد.
Holy Quran recited by Mr. Hamad bin Said.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الله نور السماوات والأرض، مثل نوره كمشكاة فيها المصباح في زجاجة، الزجاجة كأنها كوكب دري يوقد من شجرة مباركة زيتونة لا شرقية ولا غربية، يكاد زيتها يضيء ولو لم تمسسه نار، نور على نور، يهدي الله لنوره من يشاء، ويضرب الله الأمثال للناس والله بكل شيء عليم. في بيوت أذن الله أن ترفع ويذكر فيها اسمه، يسبح له فيها بالغدو والآصال رجال لا تلهيهم تجارة ولا بيع عن ذكر الله وإقام الصلاة وإيتاء الزكاة، يخافون يوما تتقلب فيه القلوب والأبصار، ليجزيهم الله أحسن ما عملوا ويزيدهم من فضله، والله يرزق من يشاء بغير حساب. صدق الله العظيم.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة،
Excellencies,
السيدات والسادة
ladies
الكرام،
and gentlemen,
تأتي القمة الخامسة عشر
comes
لمجلس
the
الخدمات
15th
المالية
summit
الإسلامية
of the
التي
IFSB
يستضيفها
that is
البنك
hosted
المركزي
by
السعودي.
the Saudi Central Bank to form an international gathering, an international platform, and that is to discuss the different points of view about the updates and the developments in the Islamic financial services sector. Let's watch together this visual presentation.
منذ تأسيس المملكة العربية السعودية ومع بدايات النهضة واستخراج النفط، أصبحت التنمية محور اهتمام الدولة وضمن خططها وبرامجها، وتستمر مسيرة الطموح لتكون المملكة نموذجاً ناجحاً ورائداً في العالم على كافة الأصعدة. قرن من الزمان أسست فيه المملكة نهضة تنموية شاملة انطلقت من مكانتها المحورية على الصعيدين العالمي والإسلامي. بقيادة خادم الحرمين الشريفين وولي عهده الأمين حفظهم الله، واستمرارا لمسيرة النمو والنهضة، أطلقت في عام 2016 ميلادية رؤية المملكة 2030 لتبدأ المملكة مرحلة نوعية من العمل والإنجاز والبناء. مبادرات وبرامج لا تتوقف، عمل وإبداع في كل اتجاه، إعادة اكتشاف لمكامن القوة في هذه الأرض إنسان وطبيعة. ومن أبرز تلك البرامج برنامج تطوير القطاع المالي الذي يمثل أحد أبرز برامج الرؤية. حققت المملكة خلال سنوات يسيرة إنجازات وقفزات كبرى في مختلف قطاعات التنمية. وسط هذه الأرقام والإنجازات تأتي المالية الإسلامية كأحد أبرز محاور النجاحات التنموية في المملكة، إذ تتبوأ المملكة المرتبة الأولى عالمياً في أهم قطاعات المالية الإسلامية، وتبرز الأرقام والإحصائيات حجم تلك المكانة. وتعزيزاً لمكانة المملكة كرائدة في قطاع المالية الإسلامية على الصعيد الدولي، تم إطلاق استراتيجية المالية الإسلامية ضمن برنامج تطوير القطاع المالي لترسيخ مكانة المملكة كعاصمة للمالية الإسلامية في العالم. وطن طموح واقتصاد مزدهر وهمة عالية ومكانة عالمية هي عنوان المستقبل مع رؤية المملكة 2030. استكمالا لتلك المسيرة وتعزيزا للشراكة مع الجهات الدولية، يستضيف البنك المركزي السعودي أعمال القمة 15 لمجلس الخدمات المالية الإسلامية تحت شعار التمويل الإسلامي والتحول الرقمي، موازنة الابتكار والمرونة. تعزز هذه القمة الابتكار والتطوير في قطاعات المالية الإسلامية وعمليات الإشراف عليها والاستفادة من خدماتها ومنتجاتها المتنوعة، واعتماد مختلف التقنيات وضمان الاستدامة لدفع عجلة النمو وتحقيق فرص التنمية في القطاع. تعتبر هذه القمة من أبرز الفعاليات عالمياً، مشكلة منصة رئيسة رفيعة المستوى للنقاش وتبادل وجهات النظر بين الجهات الرقابية والجهات الفاعلة في القطاع المالي وقادة الفكر والأوساط المهنية من جميع أنحاء العالم. تحتضن المملكة العربية السعودية أكبر سوق للمالية الإسلامية، وتواصل جهودها نحو مواكبة التطورات والتحولات الرقمية لتحقيق المزيد من النمو والتطور. كما تشكل هذه القمة فرصة فريدة لصناع القرار والجهات الفاعلة في السوق على حد سواء لتبادل الخبرات وعقد المحادثات حول هذه المواضيع.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, now we leave you with the opening speech for the Secretary General of ISB, Dr. Belou Lawal.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallim. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh, and a very good morning to all of you. It is with great delight and profound gratitude to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that I stand before you to present a short opening remarks. I would like to begin by appreciating and congratulating Your Excellency, Dr. Fahad Abdullah Al-Mubarak, Governor Saudi Central Bank, SAMA, and the entire SAMA team for being a worthy host. Thanks so much for providing excellent facilities and resources befitting to this great global event. The IFSB greatly values the excellent working relationship with SAMA on so many fronts, including this very event. Permit me also to express the IFSB's immense gratitude to Your Excellencies, Governors of Central Banks, the IFSB Council Chairman, the IFSB Deputy Council Chairman, the IFSB Executive Committee Chairman, heads of IFSB member regulatory and supervisory authorities, and all other distinguished speakers and participants in this 15th IFSB Summit that are joining us here in a hybrid format, whether you are physically or virtually. Your Excellencies, notwithstanding the COVID-19 pandemic, the global Islamic financial services industry sustained its double-digit growth momentum by recording a 10.7% year-on-year growth in 2020 to reach the asset worth of $2.7 trillion US dollars. In addition to the numerous notable developments recorded across jurisdictions and key segments, the Islamic banking industry is now systemically significant in 15 jurisdictions that account for 82.7% of total outstanding sukuk in 2020. Based on the findings of the IFSB research working papers and IFSB stability report, the global Islamic financial services industry demonstrated commendable financial stability and resilience despite the COVID-19 pandemic shock. As an international standard-setting organization that promotes and enhances the soundness and stability of the global Islamic financial services industry by issuing prudential standards and guiding principles for the industry, the IFSB considers the various presentations and discussions in the 15th IFSB Summit as very pertinent and timely. This is because the suddenness and extensiveness of COVID-19 pandemic crisis not only present the first major test of resilience of the global Islamic financial system, but also added a speed to the need for digital transformation process in the industry. Therefore, the theme of this summit, Islamic finance and digital transformation, balancing innovation and resilience, could not be more apt. In these brief opening remarks, I would like to touch on a very few points that the IFSB considers imperative in driving the valuable viewpoints and submissions that will emanate from the various sessions in today's and tomorrow's discussions. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, digitalization of Islamic financial services have no doubt enormous benefit in today's value-driven, customer-centric, and digitalized financial landscape. These include, but not limited to, enhancing operational efficiency, constant stability, and competitiveness of institutions offering Islamic financial services across the globe. These are very, very important developments in terms of reaching out to the micro, small, and medium enterprises by way of promoting financial inclusion and supporting effective compliance and supervisory oversight. Nonetheless, definitely, digitalization may also amplify the IFI's exposure to potential new risks, like the cybersecurity risks, data integrity, cloud concentration, third-party and outsourcing, and money laundering and financial terrorism risks, and reputational risks, among other risks. Specific risks due to the digitalization could also result from Sharia non-compliance, given the intricacies of Islamic financial services and products. All these risks may have taken and also threatened the global Islamic financial services system stability. Your Excellencies, in line with its mandate to promote the stability and ensure the soundness of Islamic financial services industry, the IFSB, like other international standard setters, is reviewing the implications of development in the digital transformation process in the Islamic financial services industry. The IFSB has a dedicated segment on digital finance in its technical note on financial inclusion. In this document, the IFSB provides detailed technical guide on the priorities and considerations that are pertinent for regulatory and supervisory authorities vis-à-vis the implication of technological innovation for financial inclusion through the Islamic financial services industry in IFSB member jurisdictions. This is in addition to the issue of dedicated research papers on digital transformation in Islamic banking. The IFSB, in furtherance of its core mandate, hopes this summit will offer a diverse perspective and exchange of ideas among the leading industry stakeholders on related regulatory and policy initiatives, and issues will be discussed that will impact the resilience of the Islamic financial service industry post-pandemic. I would like to conclude by reiterating the appreciation of the IFSB to the Saudi Central Bank for hosting this event and for the kind presence of our excellencies. Particularly, this is a record number of high governors that attended the IFSB Summit. We are really grateful and sincerely to all of you, Your Excellencies. I would also like to reiterate our expected valuable appreciation for the expected valuable contributions from the distinguished speakers and participants in order to make this summit a success. On that note, once again, with best wishes, I thank you all for your participation in the 15th IFSB Summit. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. And now, the Governor of the Central Bank, Dr. Fahad Al-Barak, will start his welcoming speech in the... If he may come forward, please. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, and peace be upon Prophet Muhammad, Your Excellencies, our dear guests, peace be upon you. At the outset, I would like to welcome you to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and to start the 15th Summit of the IFSB, which the Saudi Central Bank has the honor to host this year. I welcome you in this beautiful city, Jeddah, the bride of the Red Sea, and near the holy mosque in Mecca, the center of Muslims. I would also like to thank their excellencies, the governors. I also appreciate and I thank all that joined us virtually. But I also thank the heads of the international organizations, their excellencies, and all the participants in attendance virtually and in person to accept the invitation in this conference. Your Excellencies, brothers and sisters, this summit will be held under the theme Islamic Finance and Digital Transformation, achieving balance of innovation and resilience, as the summit seeks to focus on the development of the Islamic financial industry and digital transformation from the perspective of balancing the ability to benefit from the innovation while at the same time enhancing the strength and stability of the financial sector. Praise be to Allah, the Islamic financial industry was able in a short period of time to maintain a steady growth as it was able to spread geographically until it has become today on an expansive growth. That is, technologies have provided a wide scope for Islamic financial institutions to provide products and solutions and adopt digital transformation in a way that enhances the experience and satisfaction of their customers. Despite the importance of these multiple advantages, we must be aware that they represent a challenge for regulators that must deal with any risks that may arise from the use of these technologies, including cybersecurity risks, money laundering, terrorist financing, and also information privacy risks. Brothers and sisters, the Islamic financial industry has witnessed remarkable developments at the global level as it achieved an annual growth of more than 10%, according to the report of the Islamic Financial Services Board for the year 2021, bringing Islamic finance to about 2.7 trillion US dollars in 2020. And what the world had witnessed of the repercussions of the pandemic, the industry was able to deal with all the challenges and to limit its negative impact. Praise be to Allah and the financial and monetary policies and also the different financial amendments that enhanced the protection of customers and to achieve financial stability in a balanced manner. And it has found a solid financial system to combat all the crises of the future. However, one of the most important challenges facing the Islamic financial industry in the short term between countries in recovering from the consequences of COVID-19 pandemic, which emphasizes the need for continued cooperation between all actors from regulatory and legislative bodies and Islamic financial institutions and coordination and integration between financial and monetary policies. The financial industry in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia have witnessed during the past decades changes that had made it concurrent with the Sharia in different financial and trade sectors. The total assets of Islamic financial services in the banking sector and sukuk sector, insurance sector, and investment funds sectors in the kingdom amounted to nearly $800 billion, which represent approximately 28% of the total Islamic financial assets globally, according to the report of the Islamic Financial Services Board issued this year. The main indicators of the Islamic banking sector, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, also witnessed rapid growth as the total Sharia-compliant financing amounted to more than $430 billion, while the total volume of Sharia-compliant deposits amounted to $433 billion by the end of the second quarter of this year. This growth and this advanced rank in the Islamic financial industry in the kingdom comes in order to achieve the objectives of the kingdom's Vision 2030 under the directives and follow-up of the custodian of the two holy mosques and the Honorable Crown Prince, may God protect and support them. For example, but not limited to, the Islamic financial industry contributes to achieving a number of vision objectives, such as providing a prosperous life in a healthy environment by financing a green and sustainable economy and enable social responsibility through the endowment sector, the development and diversification of the economy, by developing the stock market and debt market and increasing employment raised through participatory financing solutions and support for small and medium SMEs. We are proud to see as the Islamic financial industry, we're all proud of being part of the global financial system due to its wide geographical spread and its tangible, quantitative, and qualitative development in view of global financial markets. It is necessary to benefit as much as possible from the technical solutions provided by the financial technology sector in an unprecedented way, so that Islamic finance takes advantage of them to increase financial inclusion and provide financial services at a lower cost and faster implementation. Your Excellencies, the efforts in the summit will talk about the different aspects of the financial services. We'll talk about the policies and the regulations, in addition to the discussion of all the regulatory aspects, and that is by holding 7 specialized sessions that will continue in the coming 2 days, and renew my thanks and gratitude to their excellencies and the speakers participating in this summit and in the different sessions. I would like also to ask you to review the joint report of ISB that was published concurrently with this event. And in conclusion, I renew my thanks and gratitude and welcoming you here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that are glad to host this summit, and I ask Allah for all those that performed Umrah or plan to do so, that Allah accept your deeds and listen to your prayers as you return to your homes safely. Peace be upon you. We thank the Governor of the Saudi Central Bank, and now we leave you with the main speech of the 15th IFSB, presented by the Governor of the Central Bank of UAE. His Excellency Mr. Khalid Mohammed Balama. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, praise be to Allah, and peace be upon Prophet Muhammad and his companions. Your Excellency, Dr. Fahad Abdullah Mubarak, the Governor of the Saudi Central Bank, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, peace be upon you. I would like, at the outset, I would like to sincerely thank Dr. Fahad bin Abdullah Al Mubarak, the Governor of the Central Bank, for the invitation to come here to the 15th meeting of ISB that is held by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I also extend my thanks and appreciation to the Islamic Financial Services Board for organizing the summit and for its effort in developing Islamic financial services. Today, the world is witnessing a rapid transformation resulting from what is known as the digital revolution and the growing use of the digital technology, which has become an important driver of change in the financial and banking industry, as well as of related services and products. Digital transformation has become a reality for us. We are living as individuals, companies, institutions, and countries. A reality that has changed the ways we communicate even the way we conduct business, and more generally, the way we live. The recent global changes, in particular the COVID-19 pandemic, have underscored the importance of digital transformation at all levels. Those changes stress tested a digital solution with regards to their effectiveness, which has formed to become a main driver of the global economic recovery from the repercussions of the pandemic. The theme of the summit, Islamic finance and digital transformation, balancing innovation and resilience, is a reflection of the developments and transformation that the financial sector is witnessing in the world. It is also a reflection of the challenges faced by central banks to balance markets and needs while staying up to par with global developments and international developments, and also achieving financial stability and protecting consumers in their respective countries. The astonishing pace at which modern technologies are entering economic and financial activities has increased further, backed by ever-evolving technological innovations. This presents countless investment opportunities, but it has also led to unprecedented transformation in the financial and banking sector, including, of course, the Islamic market segment. Digital transformation has a significant positive effect on the achievement of economic and financial growth by providing the best digital financial solutions for institutions and companies and meeting the needs of individuals and the desires of customers better. There is an urgent need for more work in addition to studying and adopting innovative technology, big data, distributed ledger technology, also known as DLT, also known as blockchain, cloud computing, the use of artificial intelligence, and working to enhance cyber security to serve our financial system. We also believe that it is necessary for supervisory authorities to efficiently execute their supervisory and regulatory roles to lay fertile grounds for innovation, which contributes to strengthening the digital infrastructure of the financial and banking sector. Encouraging digital financial transformation increases the inclusiveness of digital financial services and creates competitive investment in financial technologies. All of this will enhance the competitive capabilities of the economy as well as the financial and the banking sectors while managing the risks of these modern technologies more effectively. On the other hand, the inherent challenges and risks of this digital transformation make our responsibilities as regulators even more vital, not only with regards to managing the risks that digital transformation has engaged, but also with regards to enhancing its positioning as we are trying to achieve a financial stability in our countries through adopting technology in control and supervision, providing an environment appropriate to innovation and financial technology, in addition to adopting appropriate supervisory policies that encourage the use of strategies to balance risks and the use of financial technology, and also enhancing the capabilities of financial institutions to manage cyber security risks, preserve customer data, and combat money laundering and terrorist financing, and more continuous cooperation between partners and exchange of experience on the regional international levels. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, cooperation, knowledge exchange, and strategic collaboration will enhance, and the initiatives will enhance the effectiveness of our institutions and the financial sectors in our countries. The positive impact, will share all the initiatives and the projects that we are continuously working on to activate, of many of which had a good echo that had put the UAE in a highly ranked place as one of the best countries in the world to provide the global digital transformation competitiveness. We are fully aware that our strategy for digital transformation and building a mature financial technology environment must start with a review of global best practices. We have focused on important projects such as payments, and for this purpose, we have established a specialized unit for financial technology to accelerate the transformation of digital payments, in addition to initiatives that provide an appropriate supervisory environment for our nation's digital transformation. However, we know that we must increase both the breadth and the speed of adopting technologies, innovations. Honorable guests, the constructive partnership with local, regional, and international partners have demonstrated success in implementing our strategies, achieving our vision and ambitions, and ultimately driving the digital transformation. I'm proud to remind you of the fruitful cooperation between the Central Bank of the United Arab Emirates and the Saudi Central Bank on the ABER project for a joint central bank digital currency, which was aligned with similar experiments by other central banks and proved that disrupted ledger technology will contribute to provide central banks with the necessary capabilities to develop payment systems at the local and cross-border levels. We are very pleased with this cooperation with the Saudi Central Bank, and we are keen to continue strengthening and advance in all fields in a way that caters to the interests and aspirations of the two countries. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Islamic finance, which is of strategic importance to both our countries, is not immune to digital transformation and the aforementioned challenges, as we are facing more challenges of the future. At the time when Islamic financial institutions have shown flexibility in adopting digital transformation and to benefit from it, and have begun to benefit from it. The cooperation of partners, specifically regulators, will help us to overcome all the challenges and the obstacles that we are facing in the Islamic world. In the field of the digital transformation specifically, and to unify the standards, specifically those pertaining to Sharia, if we succeed to overcome such obstacles that hinders the advancement of Islamic finance, the digital transformation will help the Islamic finance to fully understand its added value and to provide financial solutions, and also then will be leaders to adopt all the projects and initiatives of SDGs that we share all the same values and objectives. Therefore, we in the UAE sought to focus on unifying and standardizing Sharia standards and enhancing the legal and regulatory certainty for Islamic financial institutions. In the absence of common ground and legislative clarity on Islamic financial transactions and contracts, unifying our vision is a must in this regard and becoming one of the most important priorities in Islamic finance. And in the absence of common ground and legislative clarity on Islamic financial transaction and contracts, the adoption of financial technology difficult, as financial solutions need a reasonable degree of stability and legislative certainty in order to lay technological foundations and enable development and innovation. Here, I would like to point out that the work of the Islamic Financial Services Board, whose Supreme Council that I'm honored to chair currently, provides an important platform for communication and cooperation. This begins by adopting the precautionary measures issued by the board in general, supporting its project and directing them towards serving common goals, enhancing our strategic targets, and improving the stability of Islamic finance and our country's financial sector in general. We must also support the strategic transformation of the Islamic Financial Services Board to gain sufficient flexibility and a high level of readiness to meet the requirements of the supervisory bodies that are members of the board and the aspiration of the Islamic financial institution. There are many opportunities in the development of digital financial services, and we must assure that it's worth highlighting the future of Islamic finance and depends on our willingness to imagine and anticipate it, as well as our ability to overcome obstacles that may prevent us from deriving the true added value. Honorable guests, I look forward to the upcoming sessions as well as the ideas that will be discussed, hoping to draw inspiration that can bolster innovation solutions to the digital transformation challenges in the financial system, as specifically Islamic finance is facing, hoping to drive lasting benefits that promote the integration of Islamic finance into sustainable development goals. I hope that our strategy discussion at the Islamic Financial Services Board will reflect this. In conclusion, I reiterate my thanks and appreciation to His Excellency, the Governor of the Saudi Central Bank, for his generous hosting, and to the General Secretary of the Islamic Financial Services Board for the distinguished organization of the summit. I wish you every success and fruitful discussions. Peace be upon you. So now we extend our thanks and gratitude to the governor of the UAE Central Bank, Mr. Khalid Mohammed Balama, and also the governor of Saudi Central Bank, Dr. Al Mubarak, and also the chairman of the IFSB, Dr. Lawal. And our thanks extend to you also, ladies and gentlemen, the attendees. Now we move to a short break for 15 minutes, and please be committed to the time.
We're having a short
We'll
15 minutes break. Please be back here on time. Thank you. 15 minutes. Thank you. السيدات والسادة الكرام، سنبدأ بعد 3 دقائق من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, we're starting in 3 minutes from now. We are starting in 3 minutes from now. سنبدأ بعد 3 دقائق من الآن. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم سرعة التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ هذه الجلسة بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're starting now. إذا نذكركم بضرورة وضع الهواتف على الوضع الصامت. Please be reminded to keep your mobile phones on silent mode during this session and make use of the simultaneous interpretation headsets, as this session will be in both Arabic and English. ستكون هذه الجلسة بالعربية والإنجليزية. بإمكانكم استخدام أجهزة الاستماع للترجمة المتاحة من قبل مضيفينا.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most beneficent, welcome again. Ladies and gentlemen, the digital transformations have contributed to a lot of opportunities to Islamic financial opportunities. Now we will kick off the first sessions of the Islamic financial services under the theme of the digital transformations for financial services, Islamic financial services, opportunities, challenges, and policy implications. I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that you can interact with this session through the QR code, which will be displayed on the screen. You can easily scan the QR code, which is being displayed here on the slide through your own smartphones. This session will be moderated by His Excellency, the Dr. Rida Bakir, the Governor of the Central Bank of Pakistan. The floor is yours, Your Excellency.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Let me begin by offering a profuse word of thanks for our hosts today, and especially Governor Fahad Al-Mubarak, the Governor of the Saudi Central Bank, for your tremendous hospitality today. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is, of course, known for many wonderful things that the world has benefited from, but Saudi hospitality is high amongst those lists of attributes. And today, Your Excellency, even those standards you have outdone by your hospitality today. Let me also in particular welcome and give my regards to the Governor of the Central Bank of UAE, who's also the chairman of the council, and to appreciate especially all the points that you made in your keynote speech. All my other fellow governors from different countries, it's a real pleasure to be with all of you today. And let me mention and let me appreciate the fact that IFSB and Saudi Central Bank put this event together, because it is for governors of central banks, ever since the corona pandemic, I think, a first such significant get-together of central banks, definitely from the Muslim world, but also in general. So let me really thank you, the Saudi Central Bank, for your hospitality, and IFSB for organizing the event today. I would like, as the chairman of the session, to use my time to make a couple of observations about how I see some of the key issues in the theme for the conference that focuses on digital transformation. And then in the presentations and speeches from each of the distinguished colleagues from other central banks, we will get into more depth. As housekeeping, I would request all of my colleagues to keep about 8 to 10 minutes for their intervention so that afterwards we have some time for me to direct some questions to you as well as for us to take any questions from the audience. But as chairman of the session, I had wanted to make a couple of observations. And my observations stem from the fact that we all, I think, have appreciated the choice of the theme for this conference on digital transformation of Islamic financial services. There are two parallel trends going on right now. One is, of course, digitization, but the other is Islamic finance, and they are both proceeding in parallel. I want to make an observation about why, first of all, it is so relevant for us to focus on this theme today. And my point is very simple. As I will shortly illustrate to you, financial inclusion is a goal that all central banks, I think, all countries have. But it is an area where countries of the Muslim world, I think, need particularly to do more. And I'll share some statistics with you that Muslims and people living in Muslim countries are particularly unbanked. That's point number one. Point number two is we know, even setting aside Islamic finance, that digital financial services help promote financial inclusion. So if you put these two thoughts together, the point that I want to make is that it is extremely important for all of us to focus on the digital transformation of Islamic financial services, because amongst other benefits, one goal that this will help to achieve is to promote financial inclusion in our countries, because in our countries, there is a lot of demand from the public, from the people, for Sharia-compliant ways of accessing the financial system. Now, let me illustrate first of all, the point about financial inclusion. According to research done by a UK-based digital banking platform, Algebra, about 800 million of the roughly 1.7 billion unbanked adults globally are Muslim. In other words, according to the research done by this institution, of all unbanked adults in the world, roughly half are Muslim. Furthermore, 72% of the unbanked population in the world resides in OIC countries. So you can see, from a financial inclusion perspective, we are clearly going to benefit from embracing any kind of a technology or an approach that helps promote financial inclusion. At the same time, Muslim countries, I believe, are particularly well positioned to embrace digital financial services. And why do I say that? Because the profile of the customer base is very amenable. Let me explain what I mean. The median age of Muslims worldwide is 24 years compared to 32 years globally. So if you look, Muslim populations are younger. Younger people are a better customer profile for embracing digital financial services. In addition, 15 among the top 59 countries with smartphone penetration are OIC member countries. In other words, not only working on this intersection of Islamic finance and digital finance has benefits, Muslim countries also are very well primed to embrace this approach. So if the benefits of such an approach are very clear, and let me also say, because Sharia-compliant finance compared to conventional finance has a lot more documentary requirements, where areas such as fintech, artificial intelligence, technology, filters can particularly be useful to automate a lot of this work. So if it is very clear that the intersection of this work is all helpful for us, what are some of the areas where we need to work to take this forward? I want to mention 2 areas. The first that I want to mention is that digital finance needs technology. Now, I mentioned that cell phone penetration is high in many of the countries that we represent. But if you go beyond cell phone penetration and you look at broadband access, and you particularly look at some of the larger countries that are members of the IFSB, you would agree that that is a challenge. And let me again share with you some statistics in terms of the availability of technology, and particularly broadband, particularly in those sections of our societies where people are not as well off to be able to afford broadband. About 87% of the population of developed countries have internet access. But when you look at developing countries or less or least developed countries, that number falls to 19%. So one area where we need to focus, I think, to make this intersection feasible and meaningful is technology. And there was a survey done by the Global Islamic Bankers Survey conducted by Sibafi, and that indicated that slow adoption of information technology is one of the major concerns for Islamic banks around the world. So the first area which I find that we need to work on is technology in our respective countries. The second area that I want to talk about that would help with the transformation, the digital transformation of Islamic finance, is the area of standard setting. And I think this is an area where IFSB can particularly play an important role. What do I mean by this point? If you look at conventional banking, and if you look at the world of fintechs as well as digital banks, you will see that there are many examples of ideas and companies out there that transcend borders. If you have a good concept, and if it works in one emerging market, it can also generally work in other emerging markets as well. And you see this with many of the leading fintech companies and banks that are disrupting conventional finance. Well, when we apply the same idea to Islamic finance, one of the roadblocks that we come up against is the lack of common standards. Because what may be Sharia compliant in one country, whether when you're talking of a fintech, may not be so in another country. So compared to conventional finance, if Islamic digital finance is to have the same trajectory for growth and to benefit from the same economies of scale that conventional digital financial services can have, we need really to redouble our efforts on trying to have global standards with regards to Sharia-compliant digital financial services. In this area, the role of IFSB is key, and I encourage the IFSB to consider setting up a technical working group to specifically look at this issue as to how adoption of common standards can help promote the growth of fintechs that cater to Sharia Islamic finance. A related point in this regard is how do we move beyond IFSB's standards from being purely voluntary to finding some way that countries actually do adopt them and there is some way of monitoring them. Because if we do not take that extra step, we will not create the space where fintechs that are focused on Islamic finance can expand across borders, which I think we should seek to do. Now, I want to just end with a quick anecdote about the importance or the illustration of how if you provide a digital opportunity on Islamic finance, the growth can be a lot more than you think. And it's an example that comes from Pakistan. In Pakistan, As you know, it's a large country, fifth largest in the world, and when you look at the conventional banking industry, about 20% of total assets are Islamic finance assets or Sharia compliant assets, and it's registering tremendous growth around 30 to 40% year on year. But it's about 1/5 of the size of the total asset base or even the deposit base of the banking system. Recently, the State Bank of Pakistan launched an innovative initiative to digitally onboard the diaspora, the overseas Pakistanis living outside, which we estimate around 7 to 9 million. This is an initiative called Roshan Digital Account, purely digital experience, okay? No conventional banking. You open an account remotely, there is the complete customer due diligence done based upon our centralized ID database. There is the KYC done. Point I want to make is the following. When we launched this initiative, we made a conscious effort that we are going to offer Sharia-compliant financial products at the same time that we offer the conventional savings products. And while in our conventional banking system, 1/5 of the assets are in Sharia compliant, under Roshan Digital Account, under which when we launched this, already $2.7, $2.8 billion has been sent by overseas Pakistanis in about 1 year. 1/2 of the total saving instruments are Sharia compliant. So my point is that I think Pakistan's case illustrates that if you offer something at the intersection of digital finance and Sharia compliant finance, the growth and the demand can really be explosive. Now with that, let me then turn to starting off with the panel discussion today. I will request each of my counterparts to try to limit to 8 to 10 minutes. At the end, after all the remarks are finished, I will ask one question to each of the governors. And that question is going to be, and I'm saying this now so that you have some time to think about it, what do you think about ways in which the IFSB can take a leading role in digital transformation of the Islamic banking industry? Any specific thoughts or suggestions that you may have to this effect? So let me therefore begin by our first speaker today is going to be the governor of the Central Bank of Sudan. Is he here? Mr. Muhammad El-Fayed Zain Al-Abidin? Okay. Then let me move on to Dr. Perry from Indonesia for your remarks, please. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi washabihi ajma'in. Amma ba'd. Let me start by my deep appreciation. Thank you for Governor Fahad Al-Mubarak. Your kind invitation and appreciation to us to be here. 20 months I've been away because of COVID, but alhamdulillah, I did Umrah. Thank you, your kind. Well, I'm admiring you, that you already setting, Your Excellency, how the digital already transforming the financial services everywhere. Not only in Saudis, also in Indonesia. And I learned a lot from Governor Khalid. Cross-border transformation. And even asking how the central bank need to transform on central bank digital currency. Let me just share my humble experience in Indonesia. How the people, the Muslim world, benefit from digital transformation. This is the theme that I want to share from my country, Indonesia. And indeed, the digital transformation can benefit the people. Dr. Reza, not only financial inclusion, economic inclusion. That's the theme that I want to share with you. How Indonesia transforming the digital and financial services, payment system, and benefit from the economic and financial inclusion. Next slide, please. We are growing very fast in digital transformation. E-commerce, this year growing by 52.6%. Never seen before. Very fast. Marketplace is growing. Digital banking, growing by 38.8%, the red bar. Digital banking transforming. About 15 banks, Excellency, already transforming of digital. In the old days, we have to go to the bank. Now, even in my room, I can transfer, I can do anything of financial service through my room, everywhere. Even when when I going to diving. Fintech, payment, growing about 32.2%. This fast growing of only the past 3 years, Excellency. Why? Next slide, please. In May 2019, 10 months before the COVID, we at Central Bank issuing our vision of digitalization of the payment system in Indonesia. Bold reform, end-to-end. First vision, we want to use digital transformation of the payment system to integrate the ecosystem of the economic and financial services. We do not want shadow banking in Indonesia. So we use digital payment to integrate the national digital economy and finance. Second, we want to put transforming the digital banking because Indonesia, Dr. Reza, is still bank-based. So we need to transform the digital banking. But the third, how to interlink the digital banking, the fintech. The fourth, the balance between innovation and stability, customer protection, cyber, but 5, cross-border. We have a bold reform, 5 main initiative, end-to-end process. Next slide, please. What is the key? On the right, number 1, we already transforming the quick response. We introduced in August 2019, the only standard for quick response, QR Indonesian standard. This is the global standard, Excellency, but we adopted for Indonesian, for QR Indonesian standard. Dr. Reza, how many SME already putting in the platform digital through QR Indonesian standard? 12 million now. 12 million SME already being put on the digital. Second, open banking. We introduce open API, application programming of the payment system. Same language for any financial services for digital. What we call it, SNAP. Standard National for Open API Payments, open banking. So whatever the service, by whom, using the same language, national standard. The third, we introduced the retail fast payment, 24/7, real time, and now already transforming. And fourth, we reform our regulatory. Industry, we consolidate. In the past, it's very fragmented. Now we already consolidate and end-to-end. Digital banking, fintech, e-commerce, all of them are interconnected. The whole system. This is what we have been doing. Next slide, please. This is the picture where we frame the digital banking, the fintech, and the e-commerce in the one ecosystem, national integration of the economic and financial services. No shadow banking. All of them are under overall regulation, end-to-end process. Next slide. This is when I want to share. Indeed, digital transformation, including the payment system, can benefit for Muslims. Remember, Indonesia, 270 million Muslim. How many use the cell phone? 350 million. How many the connection through internet as well as the mobile? 150 million. So already get used. So we introduce our digital payment transformation to benefit for any activities in Islamic activities. We introduced QR Indonesian standard even in the Islamic boarding school. Excellency Governor Fahad, Indonesia Islamic, we call it pesantren, Islamic boarding school. Not only the center of education, but also the center of the economic business. Even we already have association of economic and business among the pesantren, the Islamic boarding school. So Islamic boarding school in Indonesia now have two functions, education and economic business. We introducing through this digital transformation for paying zakat, for any social activities, even for, activities in the mosque. So digital transformation benefiting for the people, for the Muslim country, for, transforming the activities from the traditional into more digital. Next slide, please. This is where the inclusion of the economic and finance come forward. Digital payment system, digital transfer, we already introduced. 12 million SME, boarding school, the economic business, we help them to put in the platform of the e-commerce and also on the digital through QR Indonesian standard and others. We do that. Next slide, last slide. For also mobilizing the productive work-up through the fintech. So we introduced this digital transformation model of the Islamic social finance, the akaf productive, pojaka, and so on. So we do this because this can benefit for reaching from the waqf and nadir and mobilization of the fund. Because small, donation or small participation can be benefit. In closing, I answer your question, Dr. Risa. Yes, indeed, digital transformation can transform not only financial inclusion, economic and financial inclusion. This is where actually then digital transformation can uplift the Muslim world. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Particularly, I think well noted is the point that we need to think not only about its benefits for financial inclusion, but also the economic transformation that can occur. I think that's a very, very well noted point. Let me move on to our next speaker, His Excellency Rashid Mohammed Al-Miraj, Governor of the Central Bank of Bahrain. And once again, Excellency, I will request to kindly limit remarks to 8 to 10 minutes so we can have all the speakers and we don't run over. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. أصحاب المعالي، في البداية دعوني أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل إلى معالي الأخ الدكتور فهد المبارك على محافظ البنك المركزي السعودي على رعايته لهذا المؤتمر والشكر أيضا إلى الإخوان في مجلس الخدمات المالية الإسلامية على ترتيبهم وإعدادهم لهذا المؤتمر. وأود أن أعتذر عن عدم المشاركة الحضورية في هذا المؤتمر. عفوا بأن أعتذر عن عدم تمكنني من الحضور شخصيا في هذا المؤتمر، ولكن يعني محظوظين أنه تطور التكنولوجي
and fortunate that the digital advancement in technology make it possible for us to participate or contribute online or virtually, so that we can make it at least through the video conferencing. Allow me first to speak in English and switch to English.
For Islamic financial institution, this is a great opportunity to circumvent the disadvantage of their smaller size and compete with their conventional peers at equal footing. However, a condition to any type of transformation is a change of the mindset. The digital age requires the regulator as well as the industry to think outside the box. In our experience at the Central Bank of Bahrain, facing a new technology with old, fixated, and bureaucratic mindset is a recipe for failure. This is not to say that the basic of banking have changed. They have not. Service orientation, cost efficiency, risk management are all characteristics of good banking and good business that will always be required. Technology helps achieve customer centricity and customer engagement in a new way. Digital transformation in Islamic financial services, in most part, will be no different than the digital transformation of conventional financial services. But it opens up a new channel of connecting with clients, as we have listened to the introductory remark by His Excellency Rida Baqir about the widespread of technology, of smart mobiles, and the same thing, the experience of our colleague, His Excellency, the Governor of Indonesia, about their outreach to the vast majority of the Indonesian people through technology. We have tools that will make us reach to a wider aspect of the populations, and this is satisfy a major part of our regulatory duty is financial inclusion. Add to that unbundling of financial services through open banking challenges the long-established banks to find new ways to compete with more agile fintechs in a cost-effective way without unnecessarily raising or increasing risks. However, I would like to mention here some unique challenges in digitizing Islamic financial services. Various product structures and processes can be digitalized, but managing the Sharia non-compliance risk is key. For example, by ensuring that the sequence of transaction is kept in accordance with Sharia guidelines. Murabaha is a case in point where it is easy to digitalize the multiple buy and sell transaction between the customer and the bank and the vendor, but a slight change in the sequence can result in Sharia non-compliance risk. The Central Bank of Bahrain, we have taken a liberal yet a cautious approach to fintech. We have been proactive in embracing technology in financial sectors. We started the regulatory sandbox in 2017, and we have received since then 150 applications from interested companies. Some have already graduated and been licensed as a fully licensed companies operating in the main market. This regulatory framework covers regulations on crowdfunding, cloud computing, crypto assets, robo-advisory, and insurance aggregations, payment tokenization, and open banking. The AKYC project went live in April 2019. We also opened a digital lab in October last year to connect, screen, and qualify global fintechs on one centralized marketplace for collaboration and co-creation with cooperation with Bahraini financial sector. Currently, there are 3 Sharia-compliant fintech companies that are part of the CBB regulatory sandbox in areas of robo-advisory, tokenization of real assets, and digital banking solutions. Finally, there is a fundamental duty for the regulator with respect to unsophisticated investors, depositors, and customers. We have to tread a very fine line between attracting market players to the financial services sector through business-friendly regulations and safeguarding the interest of the general public. I thank you for giving me this opportunity, and I'm looking forward to listen to your remarks later on and during the session. Thank you.
Well appreciated, and especially I will remind the audiences about one point you made regarding the fact that non-compliance risk is quite high in Sharia financial services. And I think it reminds us, therefore, that digital solutions and fintech particularly has a role to play by using filters and automation to ensure that areas such as sequencing of documents can be taken care of in a much better and effective manner if we embrace digital transformation. So let me move on. Our next speaker is my friend, His Excellency Sadiq Al-Kabir, the Governor of the Central Bank of Libya. Sir, the floor is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سيد الرئيس، السادة أعضاء مجلس خدمات المالية الإسلامية، السيدات السادة الحضور الكرام.
The IFSB, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished audience, hello everyone and good morning everyone. First of all, I'd like to express my appreciation and gratitude for all the people working on this 15th summit for the Board of Islamic Financial Services working on this, and His Excellency Dr. Fahad Al-Mubarak, Governor of the Saudi Central Bank, and also His Excellency Bilkar, the General Secretary of the Board of the Islamic Financial Services, for the great organization and the supervision of this great summit. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished audience, given the exceptional, extraordinary circumstances that Libya has been going through, and also the great efforts made by the Central Bank of Libya to make security and stability for the financial stability for the state, and also to maintain the financial sector, and also to reduce the risk and the political burden, and given the different changes that the world economy is going through, and also the fast growing speed for the digital transformation given the COVID-19 pandemic. It is very important for the financial and banking sector in Libya to face reality and be prepared to face such challenges, and to be well ready, of course, or well prepared for to benefit from the digital transformation and advancement, to use innovative solutions and methods in such a way that go in line with the changes of the world and the new era and reality. In order to digitalize the sector, of course, we have taken certain procedures and measures, and we have taken certain necessary procedures, the following. To, of course, prepare the legal environment for the Central Bank of Libya in order to follow up, and also to prepare the people working in this sector in such a way to adopt the fintech, and also to connect them with the working groups after developing the digital transformations and the payment methods in such a way to help them understand what is going on and keep them updated in such a way that they can use fintech seamlessly, faultlessly, and also produce digital products. Second, to prepare the legal environment in such a way to restructure the digital products in such a way to maintain the rights of the customers, so that the banking services of Islamic finance can be faultless or risk-free in such a way to enhance the confidence and trust of the customers. We are working also to develop the legal environment through the laws, regulations, for such institutions in such a way to reduce and eliminate all the challenges and also digitalize the transactions of payments and other services. That is why the Central Bank of Libya launched the initiative to regulate of course, the transaction, while, of course, Libya is still lacking the digital transformation and the financial and economic system. And also, given the COVID-19 pandemic, the Central Bank of Libya has put a lot of efforts in order to enhance the Islamic financing system in such a way where we can enhance at least and guarantee environment in order to link the banks in Libya, of course, digitally or electronically, with the relevant institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished audience, the financial Islamic system is going through linking, of course, the different institutions in such a way that, of course, honor and observe the Islamic Sharia. And one of the most important challenges is the digital gap that is still there, of course, to use digital services, particularly in the rural and countryside and remote areas. Even though the awareness of the people is increasingly growing, yet still the actual use of such services is still below expected. And also the Central Bank of Libya, of course, is seeking to reduce the gap and also enhancing the awareness of the people to use and adopt the digital services of finance, of Islamic finance, and also explain to them how important it is for such services to be adopted that are of great ease of use, and also in addition to the particular use of such digital products given the COVID-19 pandemic implications, repercussions, and also it is very important to interact with such kind of digital services. Other challenges relating to the financing or Islamic financing, it is still being under process because we have lack of standards and regulations, and lack of expertise, which of course that are the most important challenges for us to merge the fintech in the Islamic financing, which reduces, of course, different risks and fears for customers, and also can impact negatively on their own decisions. These challenges can also, of course, it is very important to work on boosting and enhancing their confidence in such a way that to make their own confidence higher and higher, and also to enhance the expertise, and also to expand the digital transformation program in such a way to make such information easily communicated to them in such a way that that the banking sector cannot be jeopardized or endangered. Challenges relating to the legal supervision. The implementation of legal supervision on such digital products or services, they should be standalone or independent institutions or entities or bodies where they can impose, of course, legal supervisions, of course. But again, we have like some entities that can do their job, but dependently and not independently, which is not efficient. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished audience, even though we have different challenges, the Central Bank of Libya has worked hard, of course, in order to enhance the digital means and methods, of course, to maintain stability of the economic activity in such a way that goes in line and in perfect harmony with the Islamic Sharia in terms of the digital payments in comparison with the previous traditional methods. Of course, the percentage of the digital payment has increased up to 33%, and also the transactions have also been increased, of course, up to 55%, while the volume of such transactions is raised being up to 25%, which means that the geographical distribution of such digital transformation is now up to 47%, of course, and also with different percentages across different regions in Libya. In addition to, of course, the increased percentage of the digital cards or banking cards, it is very important, like such kind of service or products always are provided for citizens based on fatwas of the legal committee in order to make sure that they are compliant with the Islamic Sharia. At the end, the positive environment and the relative stability of Libya after, of course, has been after, of course, the challenges have been almost resolved or settled. It is very important now that the economic growth is becoming more important and also enhances the legal supervision committees and entities. We are looking forward for more cooperation, more coordination, and to benefit from the experience and expertise of other Islamic institutions, also to benefit from the experience of the friendly and neighboring countries. I'd like to express my appreciation and congratulations for all the people working on this event, on this great summit, and also express my appreciation for the great speeches and presentations provided by my colleague. Thank you for so much. Your attention is highly appreciated.
Thank you, Governor.
شكرا جزيلا سعادة المحافظ. هذه ملاحظات رائعة جدا، واعتقد ما تفضلت به علينا أن نركز أيضا على ما تفضلت به عن هذه الثغرة الرقمية الموجودة في ليبيا. إضافة إلى ذلك أيضا هناك نقطة مهمة تفضلت بها.
Before I turn to the last invited speaker for today's panel, I want to give two reminders. One, to the audience, to remind yourselves about the poll that will take place right after the invited speeches for this panel. So if you want to get your mobile phones ready to be able to participate in the poll. And second, to remind my fellow panelists of the question that I will come to you, which is about how can the IFSB take a leading role in digital transformation of the Islamic banking industry. So let me now turn to our last invited speaker for the panel, His Excellency Tahir bin Salim bin Abdullah Al-Amri, the Executive President of the Central Bank of Oman. Sir, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency Dr. Fahad Al-Mubarak, Governor of the Saudi Central Bank, Your Excellency Khalid bin Mohammed, Governor of the United Arab Emirates, the Central Bank of the United Arab Emirates, Your Excellency, distinguished audience, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished audience, peace, blessing be upon you all.
First, I would like to thank His Excellency Dr. Fahad, Dr. Danbata, and the IFSB team and the SAMA team for the great hospitality and for inviting us here and for making everything easy. We really appreciate it. It's been a great pleasure. Let me start first by mentioning that there are so many things talked about with regards to digital transformation. I think as regulators as well, we always jump to risk and how we can mitigate that risk. It's probably we feel it's our duty, and we need to make sure that, yes, we provide the space, but at the same time, we have the duty of making sure that that space is safe for everyone, starting from customers, players, users, the economy, everybody. So I try to, as much as I can, and even practically avoid thinking about so many risks, because I believe that sometimes stops us from giving the opportunity for people that have innovative or different ways and means. The other thing is, when will it all happen? I think we always talk about it's coming. We hear quotes like, there will be no more banks, there will be no more financial institutions, and the digital institutions will take over. But I think I remember, because I used to be in my previous part of my career, I used to be involved a lot with oil and gas. And I remember 20 years ago or 30 years ago, people say, you need to plan because oil is going to run out in 20 years or in 10 years or in 15 years, and therefore you will have no revenue. And here we are again. If somebody asks, they will say in 20 years, the oil will also run out and things will. But I think because of technology, because of how things move, it's not as simple as that. So I don't believe that institutions will disappear just like that. It's just a transformation whereby some parts of these institutions are going to be digital. They are going to be also be done by other institutions that are more agile, they are more efficient, and they can manage their costs better. So we have to actually look at it from that point of view, rather than from the point of view that we will try and see or deal with no banks. The way I see it is that, especially with regards to credit is a very important part of financial institutions. I think credit is a big reason why there are economic developments and financial developments. And credit is a very integral part of banks and financial institutions. Still, we will have people who want to take credit for their businesses, not just for their personal, and they want to talk to someone, and they want that someone to evaluate that proposal. Now, some of the things when we talk about, for example, crowdfunding, will only service some sectors whereby people can go online, request for financing, and then they get it. The other thing is, which is very important for me, is that it's also driven by people's habits or people's demand of how they want to do things. So for example, with regards to crowdfunding, when somebody wants to be financed for their business and you go to a platform, the people who actually contribute are the ones that are deciding, we want to do this differently. They are deciding of what risk they want to take and how much of that risk they want to take. It's not necessarily of who's providing the platform. So that's a digital thing, that's a system, but it's actually the attitude and the way things are done that is very important, and I think that will continue to go on. But still, that human element is going to be required. In a McKinsey study, I think back, they said that there are 5 major banking business segments, particularly at risk: consumer finance, mortgages, SMEs, payments, wealth management, and so on. They predict that this could put up to 40% of bank revenues at risk by 2025. Again, I go back to that year of when it will all happen. And I think that's the important thing that we need to look at, that it's not as simple as that. As regulators, it's very important for us, having said that, to be very aware of the way the world is changing. So again, I go back that some services are going to have to change. Banks are going to have to adapt. They are going to have to work together with such initiatives. So because there are many reasons. One of them is, for example, the availability of digital channels for everything, including banking, the availability of mobile phones and other devices that people can actually just log on and do. You know, the simple things like when we talk about digital banks, no branches. Yes, of course. You know, if people can actually do that, you can onboard yourself, open an account, and do your banking transactions. The question is, who enables that? It's the regulators. If regulators are not allowing any of that, none of that is going to happen. Some of my fellow colleagues here, Dr. Perry, talked about how they were doing things in Indonesia. It's because they are allowing it, they are supporting it. And if not, it's not going to happen, it's going to be more difficult. We talk about, for example, in Oman, we are looking at eKYC, we're looking at open banking, we are looking at onboarding fintechs and sandboxes and everything. But the thing is, because we are the ones who want to do that, we are the ones who believe that that should be supported, but we also believe that it should be made safe, made efficient, and that regulators are enablers, they are not stoppers. And in that sense, make sure that we come up with the regulations and the environments that these organizations, fintechs or otherwise, can work in. The issue also that I needed to highlight, I don't know how am I doing with time, Reza. Yeah? Very good. What I wanted to stress on is basically, once we have all of that and we encourage it, then you will have, for example, big techs, or you have huge fintech companies that run huge amounts of money, just like we've seen in other countries. I think I have an example here of Korea, where they have this cacao bank in South Korea, which is now having, I think, some 17 million customers, which makes it the equivalent of the second largest bank in Korea in terms of customers. That's a huge thing. So regulators will have to find a way to come and regulate a different entity being, driven by different ways and means and systems. This is what I wanted to share with you, and I think the scope for digitalization and transformation is huge. I look forward to the discussion. Again, thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Governor Tahir. Really very well said, and I particularly thought your point about the evolving role of central banks was very important, that traditionally, you know, we have thought of our job as regulators. But in this area of promoting digital financial services, we also have to think of being enablers, and sometimes we have to think of being promoters as well. And I think we are undergoing a shift in how we think of our own roles as well, from regulators to enablers and promoters. So thank you. Absolutely. I think that was particularly very well said. I think now the stage has come for a poll, and after that, I will turn to my honorable panel members for their thoughts on IFSB, and then after that, we will also open it up for questions from the audience. So perhaps we can move first to the poll. I believe the way how to participate in the poll has already been communicated to you. Perhaps somebody could tell us how it is going to be organized. Are some questions going to be displayed on the screen? So I think some people, so the biggest challenge faced by Islamic financial institutions in digital transformation is, number one, limitations in the existing policy and regulatory environment to address a rapidly evolving area. That is 64% of the audience that gets 64. Next is integrating, well, let's wait for a minute for the numbers to update before we take stock. So I think limitations in the existing policy and regulatory environment is still the number one reason on the minds of the audiences. Then with some, I think, sharing between lack of skilled human resources as well as integrating Sharia compliance mechanisms within technology and automated tools, a point that was also made by one of the speakers as well. So thank you for the poll. Let us now move on to a panel discussion. And we had proposed a question to begin with, but I would really ask the panelists to also feel free to comment on any other area as well. But the question that I think we should start off with, since this is the IFSB event, is the thoughts of all our respected panelists on what really leading role the IFSB can play in the digital transformation of Islamic banking. So perhaps I'll move from my left all the way, and would just tell the audience that in this panel, you have the views of central bank governors all the way from Indonesia in the east to Libya in the west, so a broad range of views to be shared with you. So let us start with the Governor Perry.
Thank you. Let me just share what we have been discussing. You know, I'm being tasked by the Council as the chairman of Executive Committee. Indeed, we discussed this very important issue on last Monday meeting of the EXCO. How the IFSB to continue transforming itself to have the impact and present and benefit from the members. One of them, how IFSB need to transform in the digital world. How we have to do that? Well, of course, the IFSB need have the capacity, the knowledge of the digital transformation. This is very challenging, to be honest, because until currently, this IFSB still on the basic, things of regulatory standard impact of the non-digital. So we discussed it. Then the best way to do that is twofold. First, the collaboration of the members' countries. The members actually knows well what the need of the digital transformation. Among the member of the EXCO, then even Indonesia, we are willing to participate with a number. Your Excellency, Governor Fahad Al-Mubarak, we seek your leadership, for example. Among the members that are already leading in the digital transformation of the financial services can lead what the need of standard, of the development approach, that need to be taken into account under the FSB. Well, Dr. Reza, Governor Reza, you already, alluding to the need of the working group or whatever, the task force or something like that. We can do that. And later on, then the Sharia board. We discuss about the Sharia board. What is the strategic intent first before formation of the Sharia board, both on the the traditional as well as digital. I think you're right. Digital transfer benefit for across member of the IFSB. But the benefit, of course, different from country by country. We can counter access. Some of them already advancing digital transformation of financial services. Even, we talk about central bank digital currency, that one thing. But many of them are, you said, the need of the development approach for benefiting the digital transformation for economic and financial inclusion. These two things need to going hand by hand. In short, yes, we discussed this, and we agree to move the IFSB into new world, but the IFSB cannot work alone. The members, some of the members, whether the thinking of having IFSB hub or something like that, then we can gather some of the expertise being that, what the benefit of the members and the industry, and what need to be carry on through the IFSB, with the standard development and others. That's my humble opinion from the far east of Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor Perry. And I think we must appreciate Governor Perry's remarks, especially because he is, and we must thank him for all the time that he spends in being involved in taking IFSB forward, and has perhaps the deepest understanding of how we can take IFSB forward in this work. I take your points, especially I think 2 points. One, regarding that there has to be more participation from the members themselves, and perhaps members and perhaps a subgroup of the members have to take leadership in this. And if they can, then IFSB can take it forward. Just IFSB by itself may not be able to obtain as much meaningful traction. I think your point about the Sharia boards, whether traditional or conventional, was also very, very relevant. When I mentioned the speakers, because Governor Rashid is not physically with us, I want to actually now see if he is with us online, and if he would like to share any thoughts on the role of IFSB in this area. Are you with us, Governor Rashid?
Yes, thank you.
Please, the floor is yours.
Okay. Just taking the cue from the question or the response from the floor, it is obvious, the thing to drive the digital transformation in Islamic financial services, and maybe have a role for the IFSB on this, starts with us as governors, as regulators. We have to become more receptive to the changing or the emerging business models. I'm sure most of my colleagues are treading a very fine line between opening up to new ideas and trying to manage issues related to multiple of risks. But from my experience over the last 5-6 years, without a change in mindset on the regulators, you will frustrate your local entrepreneurs, the private sectors, and you will find yourself lacking behind in this huge transformation that is happening in front of our eyes. So I would emphasize that the buck stops with us. We have to be progressive. We have to be open-minded about this change. Some of the products that we are dealing with now might have a lot of risk, might carry some speculative trends within it. But I think the change is not going to stop there. The new business models will evolve as we go on, as the technology improves, connectivity, broadband. The customers themselves that we need to serve and the economy at large will be moving in a direction that will dictate this change. So we are playing a catch-up role now. And if we don't open up, embrace this change, I think it will be difficult. When it comes to to the role that IFSB can play. I think one important role that IFSB can play is within the Sharia scholars community. Bringing them into this kind of thinking and this level of change is important, because we don't want the lack of understanding for this business models, new solutions, makes it a constraint for advancement of new standards that there will be Sharia compliance. So I think their engagement with this community is important. Bring them on board to the new phase of our development, of our transformation, is key to make sure there is no debate that will make the acceptance of some of the solutions in doubt by the customers. Because if there is any fatwa that can be passed based on lack of proper understanding for what it means in terms of the satisfying some customers' requirements, or will make it very difficult to see the growth in the digital transformation space. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor Rashid. Very well said, and especially I think your point about an opportunity for the IFSB with regards to bringing the community of Sharia scholars, as you put it, into the framework that we are thinking about. I think that's a very, very important point. Let us move then to Governor Sadiq of Libya.
Thank you, Brother Riza. I think, there is, it's obvious there is a gap, there are, among the members of the Islamic Financial Services. There are countries, they're very advanced, and, countries are left behind. I think the role of the IFSB, can really help those countries left behind, to bridge the gap and to benefit from the ones that are really advanced. And the crucial point here is the, human resources. How can we, lift up, our human resource capacity, in terms of, technology and Sharia compliance and the understanding really of the products. And, we have to be, the change in the technology is very fast. And we need to be proactive with the new technology, So we need to work, very hard, to be up to date, with the new technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor Sadiq. Let me move then to Governor Tahir on the role particularly that the IFSB can play.
Thank you, Governor Riza. I think in terms of standard setting, it's very important for a body like the IFSB to look at whether it's research, whether it's practicality on all of these upcoming innovative ways and ideas. For example, you have fintech companies issuing digital cards, you have fintech companies giving loans, electronically. From a Sharia perspective, for example, from an Islamic perspective, how do we deal to help central banks look at these things with the proper research, proper understanding? How do we deal with such products very quickly? What are the ways and means to be able for regulators to enable and make sure that we are not lacking behind and that our delay does not frustrate the environment, like His Excellency Rashid mentioned. It's very important to be able to get the scholars to help with that. I think that's the most important thing. It's basically research, trying to come up with guidance and standards to deal with the innovative ways that are coming up from the fintech world, and how the Sharia looks at it, and how it adapts fast to actually bring into the debate, at least before setting anything, with the central banks and the regulators, from the strength and the capacity that the IFSB has, and especially the capacity of making sure that the members' discussion and exchanging of information and ideas is used and collaborated. That's what I believe the IFSB can help with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Governor Tahir. I think your point, particularly with regards to standards, is well taken, something that I was trying to allude to as well. So I will open up for the audience. We'll take perhaps just one question in the interest of time, because we are running late and it's also time for prayers. But before I do that, let me, I think, summarize some of the points made by the governors from this panel on the role of IFSB. And I think, starting from the most recent point from Governor Tahir, I think the role of standards, I think that's very, very well noted. I think the point made by Governor Rashid, and this is a point about approach, about bringing the community of Sharia scholars. I think that's something to think about for the IFSB. How can IFSB engage in that? Because it is extremely important that if the community of Sharia scholars are not thinking the way we are in this room, then we will not be as effective as we could otherwise. And I think finally the point made by Dr. Perry about thinking about ways in which the central banks themselves, or a subgroup of them, can really drive this. I think thinking about how that can happen, perhaps reaching out to some, I think would be very, very important. So that's how I would summarize the main themes from the panelists from today. And then let's open up for a question, and I would request whoever asks the question to kindly introduce yourself and also state who you are directing the question to.
I have visited a number of banks in our area. I live in the United States.
If you could please introduce yourself before asking.
My name is Yahya Abdul Rahman. I am the CEO of a bank in the United States. And I noticed that each bank has got its own computer processing. And in the United States, we started doing this way 30 years ago, 25 years ago. And I think we should start by promoting a company that becomes the core processor of all banks. This way you start with the standardization. And then you can, through this company, implement the different apps that come and sell to different banks, because that can represent a very difficult and hazardous difficulty for the central bank, because if one fails, then others will fail with it. So I think we should start. I visited one bank in one of the countries, without mentioning names, and I found that half of the building was occupied by computer systems. I said, what's this? You don't need that. Core processors will take care of your business. Then you can take care of the banking business and serving people. So that's my input.
Thank you. Would any of the panelists like to speak to that? Dr. Perry.
Well, different countries have different experience. What we do, we have two cases. That's why we call it digital banking. The banking through digital. Two types of digital banking in Indonesia. First, the transformation of the existing bank into digitalized. We have now 15 banks already transformed, giving the service through digitalization. Succeeded. But there's a second type, what we call it digital bank. The entity, the only one or two branches, and offering all of the services through digital. These two hand in hand. The first, more on the wholesale. The second, the digital banking and the retail. What is the central bank doing to connect the two? This is what we are doing, the ecosystem of digital banking, the fintech, the e-commerce. I think those actually, most of the emerging countries, including Indonesia, need the two. Do two type of digital banking. Transformation of existing bank into digitalized financial service, and the new digital banking, neo-banking, whatever you name it. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor Perry. Anybody else from the panel who would like to speak? Or Governor Rashid, who is with us online? All right, then perhaps it is now 12:18 and we were supposed to finish 18 minutes ago. So in the interest of time and because it is also the time for prayer, perhaps we could bring this session to a close. Many of us are still here, so I think conversations can continue. For my part, I would like to close this session where I started that, and that is to thank the hospitality of our hosts once again. We, of course, had a discussion on digital transformation, but I think there is a broader goal that has been achieved today that I would like our hosts to know. And that broader goal, and this is now I'm especially referring to Governor Fahad and all the colleagues from the Saudi Central Bank and IFSB, was to just get us all together. Get us all together in one place. What better place than being so close to Mecca? And to share our experiences. So Governor and everybody else who worked on putting this together, really thank you for bringing us all together. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you.
Thank you. Shukran.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished audience, now we will go for a short break for 30 minutes for the Dhuhr prayer. السيدات والسادة، سيكون لدينا 30 دقيقة لأداء صلاة الظهر. لدينا 30 دقيقة لأداء صلاة الظهر. شاكرين حسن تواجدكم وحضوركم واستماعكم.
السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم سرعة التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're starting shortly. Thank you. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're starting now. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. مرحبا بكم مجددا.
In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, as we launch in the second session of the IFSB titled The Cyber Resilience of Islamic Financial Institutions, Cyber Security, Regulation and Supervisory Practices, moderated this session by the Governor of Palestinian Monetary Authority, Dr. Firas Milham. If he may come forward, please. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, Your Excellency, Dr. Fahad Al-Mubarak, the Governor of the Saudi Central Bank, the Secretary General, Dr. Lawal, the distinguished governors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored today to moderate this session about a topic that I believe is of great importance for the continuity of the current for the different banking and financial systems, also of great importance to maintain cybersecurity and the privacy of the users in the banking sectors. We'll have a number of speakers. We will present them to enrich this session. But allow me in the beginning, as a moderator of the session, to give my own speech and also to start my speech. Allow me in the beginning to thank the organizers of this conference, specifically the Saudi Central Bank, for their hospitality and the great organization of this conference call. Also, I'd like to thank the Islamic Financial Services Board. Allow me also to share with you a brief presentation, and then I will be speaking about our efforts in Palestine. In the beginning, there is no doubt that the digital transformation and the electronic financial services started before the pandemic, but we have witnessed a great deal of resilience as we worked remotely during the pandemic. This is the most important point. The digital operational finances have stood firm against the cyber risks that is continuously increasing, specifically that the patterns of remote working has expanded and increased the probability of facing cyber attacks. And with that increases a number of other risks, and therefore we must use methodologies that continuously developing the systems and the frameworks with the purpose of the continuity of work and to ensure the safety and the privacy of the information. The ensure this is a national interest, a matter of national interest and global interest also, as the handwatch for the diver should be resistant to pressure. Also, the defenses of the financial digital transformation should be also resilient to all the cyber attacks on the internet. So the role of the central banks of great importance, and the supervisory role also needs to be continuously developed. It's true that the first line of defense of cybersecurity lies upon the shoulder of the financial institution itself, but the central banks must play a major role to ensure the protection of the environment and those systems of institutions. As a first step, gathering the information and its analysis by the regulatory bodies ensure that we understand all the risks arising, and therefore a number of matrices of risks is a pivotal demand. A roadmap to cybersecurity is one of the most important elements in the financial sector and the different electronic financial systems, which gives all the supervisory boards and the entities will have an inclusive overall big picture of all the risks. The good administration the risks of cybersecurity is a matter of great importance and must be one of the organizational requirements of all the regulatory committees with all the financial institutions. The exchange of information on a local and a global level and the cooperation is also of great importance with a risk that knows no borders. And here I ask you here and ask the speakers in this conference to think about a number of recommendations. Amongst it, there should be principled guidelines for all the authorities or supervisory authorities at the bank that will help all the central banks to provide all the digital requirements, such as instructions, systems, and directives that will greatly assist in the development of the financial systems, and to consult all the financial institutions before it is put into law. One of the recommendations that maybe this is one of the recommendations that we could suggest here to the IFSB to be adopted. The process of reviewing such a risk is a matter that should be continuous and taken into consideration the wickedness and how smart are those new criminals or modern criminals. We understand that supporting the cybersecurity is a priority to ensure financial stability. I ask also the speakers and the audience to interact in this discussion of how the IFSB will be a voice to exchange the information, and also a recommendation to hold meetings on a technical level to discuss this matter that I believe is important. So, in general, this is my speech, but allow me to speak about Palestine more specifically. There is no doubt that the Islamic banking in Palestine had grown exponentially since 2011 up to date, despite the fact that the Islamic banks are considered relatively modern. 17%, that's the percentage that has tripled in this regard as far as the digital transformation in financial services in Palestine. The Palestinian Monetary Authority ensured that we have a strategy in place to take all the precautionary measures to ensure to ensure the capability of the banking institutions and the financial institution due to the fact the continuous role of usage of technology to increase the efficiency and the services provided to our customers. Despite this fact, there are risks that might threaten the quality of the services, which requires us to have resilience in our systems and in our different financial institutions monitored and supervised by the Palestinian Monetary Authority. Therefore, the Palestinian Monetary Authority had put forward a plan to enhance the efforts that will help develop the financial network and to ensure that we follow the next steps to have a general framework of cybersecurity compatible with all the international standards containing of basic principles that should be adopted by the financial institutions and also to adopt the policy of cloud computing services and other services containing all the policies that allow all the banks to use such services, also instructions regarding the privacy of information of the clients and all the risks associated with it, to be compatible with all the best international practices that will ensure the protection of data and also the activation of the cybersecurity centers, as to have those centers to continuously work 24/7, to have early alerts about any future risks trying to get into or hack such systems, and also enhancing the reporting of all the cybersecurity risks, whether on a local or regional level, to ensure that we can respond to all the accidents that may occur, and also to form a committee working on cybersecurity and the exchange of information regarding any cyber incidents, and also to provide training for all the cadres working in the field. And there are many steps that we're undertaking to ensure that we have continuous monitoring processes by providing a specified system that will update all the systems and the data in the financial institutions, and also the taking into consideration all the due diligence procedures as to ensure the digital transformation that we aim to achieve. I will end my speech here, and I hope that all my colleague speakers will be brief as to take full advantage of the time specified for us, 10 minutes for each speaker, as it was in the previous session. And therefore, now we move to the first speaker according to our schedule. And here I ask Mr. Harsh Kumar Sigolam, the governor of the Bank of Mauritius. Yes, I believe that he has to be excused from this session, so therefore we move to the next speaker, His Excellency Abu Farah Nasir, the Deputy Governor of the Bank of Bangladesh, if he may come forward.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Before I go into the discussion on this session, indeed I would like to say something about the event of today. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude and profound thanks to Honorable Governor of Saudi Central Bank, His Excellency Dr. Fahad Al-Mubarak for his great hospitality, as well as for the related employees of SAMA for providing patience, assistance for making this event successful. Again, I would like to extend my thanks to Honorable Governor of Central Bank of United Arab Emirates, His Excellency Khalid Muhammad Balama, for his excellent keynote in this session. And the last but not the least, I would like to extend my thanks to the Secretary General of IFSB, Bellulwal Bantu and his team for organizing such a summit after a 2 years long gap for COVID-19 effect all over the world. I would like to remember the lives who left us by affecting this COVID-19. Today, as mentioned, the cyber resilience of Islamic financial regulation and supervisory sectors, as mentioned in the schedule. As mentioned, 3 or 4 things must be emphasized by the panelists. One is emerging risk, and one is regulatory steps taken by the central banks, as well as what types of supervision has been taken by the central banks like ours, Bangladesh, and the highest areas where future works are to be needed. If I am talking about Bangladesh, it is about 14% of total bank are operating under the Sharia-based. But if I am talking about the total operation of the banking, though it is only 14%, but the total asset of the banking sector is about 22% of Bangladesh. And if I am talking about the investment, that is in traditional banking, loans in advance, it is about 29% is managed and controlled by the Islamic Sharia-based banks in Bangladesh. Not only that, if I'm talking about the profit deposits, you know, most of the people living in Bangladesh are Islamic-based for this region. It is about 22% of total deposit is managed and controlled by Islamic Sharia-based banks operating in Bangladesh. And for this region, which mentioned in the schedule, what are the emerging risks for online banking in Sharia-based banking? As I understand, there are some emerging risks, obviously in physical damages of the hardware, human interaction, whether accidental or intentional, equipment malfunctioning, inside and outside attacks by hackers. It is very risky. Misuse and loss of data, application vulnerability, paradigm changes in banking business, and of course, the last but not the least, IT security. If I divide into parts, and if I want to take it other way, there are some other. One is phishing, one is identity theft, one is malware attack, and password attack. You know, in Bangladesh in 2016, Central Bank account was attacked by this way malware attack, and $101 million has been hashed, and out of that only it is only 34.53 million has been recovered from this haste, and for other rest, a suit has been filed in New York City court. So you understand the malware attack is so much risky for the overall banking system. For this region, there are some policy guidelines issued by the Central Bank of Bangladesh, like email policy, for ICT hardware and software users and disposal policy, backup and restore policy, and guideline on ICT security for banks and non-banking institutions, and how to operate their ICT security. It is mentioned in broad in these ICT guidelines. And on the basis of these guidelines, our Islamic Sharia-based banks has been taken place some policies. Now they are prepared and have taken in place cyber security related guidelines, and I could mention some of that is threat, malware, and spyware protection for the cyber security, as well as it can be work on network level, server and system level, and endpoint level. And they have started internal audit and control compliance on cyber and information security system, as well as the security asset management system. And on the basis of guidance issued by the Central Bank of Bangladesh, some supervisory aspects has been done by Central Bank. Two things. One is mandatory for the commercial banks, including our Islamic banks. At the time of statutory audit, IT audit is must for their own. At the same time, Central Bank used to conduct some IS audit called Information System Audit. Usually it includes some of the areas which I mentioned shortly: ICT security management area of a bank, ICT risk management area of a bank, ICT service delivery management of a bank, infrastructure security management of a bank, and some access control of information system, business continuity and disaster recovery management system, acquisition and development of information system, and alternative delivery channels, that is security management, service provider management, and customer education. These parts usually under the purview of the inspector of the Central Bank when they conducted their supervision task. If I talk about what tasks will be needed furthermore, which I think for the Central Bank, like Bangladesh Bank, we are going to upgrade of our existing ICT security guideline for the banks and other financial sectors by addressing emerging technologies such as cloud computing, Internet Things, that is called IoT, big data, blockchain, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. So, incorporate cyber crisis management plan in financial sector, the formulation of the cyber security framework for the banking and other financial sector based on National Institute of Standard and Technology, NIST, cyber security framework model, the formation of computer incident response and team, that is CIRTs, whose aim to give special focus on building strong resilience against financial cyber attack, the web portal for malware information sharing platform among financial institutions, incorporate and evaluate emerging cyber threats in regulatory sandbox, formation of advanced persistent threat and cyber kill chain monitoring cell, and strong tie with the Organization of Islamic Cooperations. Again, I would like to mention, to minimize cybersecurity risks, I think regional cooperation is to be needed. Just, I would like to mention some areas. We can strengthen regional cooperation among the Islamic countries under OIC banner or else. Capacity development and sharing program among the Islamic countries for building better cybersecurity resilience against emerging threat, and become a member of FAST.org. By this way, we can get information in advance for making low-risk banking system in the country. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you very much for your speech, and it was very interesting actually to learn about the experience of the central bank in Bangladesh and also the banking sector in Bangladesh. It was very interesting actually. Also, your highlight of what's needed actually, and this is something can be as a roadmap or something we could discuss in this forum related to regional cooperation and related to capacity building under the auspices of IFSB. So something actually we can discuss further. You highlighted also the digital transformation in Bangladesh and the importance in this regard, how to complement this digital transformation with protecting actually the systems we operate with. Thank you. Let us actually move to the next speaker. And here I invite Mr. Abu Farah Muhammad Nasser, the Deputy Governor. Sorry, maybe I missed something. Of Bangladesh. Thank you very much. I think, yes. Okay, we move, I am sorry, I am totally sorry. We move actually to Miss Aisha Nidaunonsa Ahmad, the Deputy Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Please, you are welcome.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am very pleased to join you today at one of my very first physical events since the onset of the pandemic. It's very pleased to see all of you. I'd like to join the colleagues on the panel to thank distinguished Governor Al-Mubarak and the SUMMIT team for the very seamless organization that we've experienced. Dr. Bello and his team as well at IFSB, thank you for putting this together. Over the next 10 minutes or so, I'd like to share my experience and perspective on a policy framework that we're working with in Central Bank of Nigeria around cyber-related issues. But let me start by talking about the fact that cyber risks have become systemically important for many policymakers. It's been a big concern due to some of the digital transformations that we've seen in the last 10 years or so, rapidly evolve in the last 5 years. Whilst we acknowledge the key advantages that this can bring to Islamic financial services, as policymakers with a mandate for price stability, financial stability, I'm sure you agree with me that it's important to also look at the risks. The potentials for bank losses, according to research, has increased significantly. Research by IBM says that it will cost about $6 trillion annually, the cost of cyber risk and cyber data breaches. And Accenture did a survey of financial institutions that showed that, on average, every financial institution faces 85 targeted cyber attacks. And out of that 85, a third are successful. That gives you the sheer amount of the quantum of losses that can happen in this area. What makes it even more, let me say, interesting is the fact that the nature of these risks are always changing. The nature of cyber attacks are always changing. People say that no two attacks are the same and that you are likely to be attacked as a financial institution. It's only a matter of when. And so there is strong consensus, and based on what the governor mentioned and the deputy governor earlier mentioned, that there is need for effective supervision. But there is no agreement as to what that should look like. Some school of thought believe that cyber risk should be covered like any other risks that financial regulators are looking at. Other schools of thought believe that maybe we need a dedicated, focused, tailored cybersecurity regime that should support, particularly in the light of fintechs and big techs coming into the space. What global policymakers are doing right now, based on the research I have, from institutions like the Financial Stability Institute, Financial Stability Board, the Payments and Market Infrastructures Committee, everyone is looking at providing guidelines that financial institutions can follow, or providing guidelines for what effective supervision would look like. Most of policymakers are steering away from a rules-based cybersecurity framework. And I think that makes sense, given the fact that principles-based helps in situations where you see that the risks are continually evolving and changing, and that way, institutions and the regulators can better adapt. Just to speak about what the Central Bank of Nigeria is doing, and permit me to give a context about Nigeria, the largest economy in Africa. We've seen a lot of evolution in our payment system and the financial system, and that was by deliberate plans and initiatives by the Central Bank of Nigeria to put in policies that allow for investment into the sector. We've seen increasing investment significantly into the sector. I think out of every $1 that comes into Africa for investment in fintechs, at least 40 cents of that comes into Nigeria. I think that speaks to the size of the market and the opportunities in the market. With recent developments like open banking, which we've adopted as well, I think it was the governor of Central Bank of Indonesia that mentioned open banking, QR codes as well, which we're using for merchant banking, and with the recent launch of the e-Naira, the first African central bank digital currency, the need to focus more on what the potential impacts of the negative side of these technologies becomes even more important. So for the country level, we have the Cyber Crimes Act, which gives a nice legal and regulatory framework for which financial regulation regarding cybersecurity can flow off of. We have a national cybersecurity policy and strategy. And that is important because it's key to have collaboration across both private sector and public sector, particularly within the public sector. It's important to have a consolidated view, one view of what strong cybersecurity looks like for Nigeria, but more importantly, one view of how the institutions and financial institutions should be executing this. For the Central Bank of Nigeria as an institution by itself, we have a cybersecurity policy, and this is administered and governed at the very highest level. So we have a dedicated board subcommittee on this, and best practice says that cybersecurity issues should be at the highest level of the organizations. Of course, we've adopted all of the standards, that are important, the ISO 27001, etc. We came up with a recent Data Governance Council to look at data protection and who has access to data in the central bank, because increasingly we've seen that data breaches can cause embarrassment, can also cause key issues around data protection. Specifically to do with the financial industry, we have a risk-based cybersecurity framework which was launched in 2019. And that framework provides guidelines for banks with regards to cyber resilience, what kind of standards we want for self-assessment, what kind of standards are required for systems, what kind of standards are required for third-party service providers. It was mentioned earlier that third-party service providers are one often overlooked vulnerability point. We focus on the financial institutions, we focus on the systemically important financial institutions and the fintechs, but we forget to focus on some of those institutions that are connecting with those financial institutions. We're also trying to integrate cybersecurity risk reviews within the risk-based supervisory framework. What you find is that because this area is not so well developed, as central bankers, we understand what credit risk looks like, we understand what operational risk looks like, but on the cyber element, it's sort of usually a standalone effort, and we're trying to see how we can integrate our knowledge and our capabilities around cybersecurity into the main framework. Reporting is very important, and reporting has been discussed. Not only reporting incidences that have happened, but actually having a platform that you can use to share cyber intelligence. That intelligence will help you become a bit more resilient. Playbooks are also very important. You need to have a framework, you need to have a policy, but more importantly, you need to test that playbook and test that policy. We had a recent exercise a few years ago where we had 5 countries come together across West Africa to look at something like that, and I'll discuss that later. I think for last words before I stop, I want to echo the earlier thoughts around capability building. It's very important for policymakers to have a keen understanding and continue to build their capabilities in this area. It's very important to have a strong collaborative effort within public and private sector partnerships to ensure that the public sector is also upskilling itself with the technologies used by the private sector. It will be important, and I think it was mentioned earlier in the first session, it will be important for policymakers to have a broader view, not just look at the risks that digital transformation brings, but look at the opportunities it can provide for Islamic financial services, and how, I know it's going to be a lot of hard work, but how we can make sure that we achieve the objectives that we're looking for with the growth of Islamic financial services whilst retaining financial stability. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Aisha, for actually bringing very important points. We all agree, as you mentioned, that we should highlight the importance of cybersecurity for financial stability. This is important. You highlighted also the importance of the role of central banks, especially the providing a guide of what effective supervision looks like at the central banks. You highlighted a very important issue related to the cooperation on the national level between the public sector and the private sector, which is really important in order to have a national plan or a strategy for fighting cyber crimes or dealing with cyber crimes issues. And also you raised the need for a platform framework for sharing information on the national level. And these issues actually are really important to really highlight in the discussion and see what IFSB can really do in the future. And I move to the latest speaker, Mr. Omar Mustafa Ansari, he is the General Secretary of the IFSB. The floor of yours. He is joining us actually from a distance.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First, I would like to thank the Islamic Financial Services Board, their management team, and the Saudi Central Bank, Your Excellency, the Governor, and your team for providing us this opportunity to be together through this forum after a long time. My apologies and regrets that I couldn't make it in person, and I think it's a great regret, but I'm still, alhamdulillah, I'm still happy that we are able to at least share our thoughts together here through this hybrid forum. The last speaker of the session actually has a very challenging task, particularly when we have very learned speakers before him who have talked on some very important aspects of the topic. And I feel humbled to be part of this very senior level forum. And I will try to touch upon the things more from the perspective of as to how these things actually, the cyber security issues, actually how they impact the Islamic finance part in particular. So I'll try to keep more focus towards that. In this short presentation, I'll touch upon some of the important aspects. But before going to that, some of our senior colleagues have already mentioned today about the threats. But one thing, some information that we need to share with each other time to time is updated information. We need to see that finance is again on the top of the risk factors. The financial sector is actually nearly you can say that 1/4 of the total cybersecurity threat relates to the financial sector. And then, unlike some other sectors, it has one limitation that it cannot work in silos. It cannot work on a standalone position. It cannot work from its own premises. It has to go on the cyber level. Some of the service providers can try to limit their access. Alarming situation that we all need to understand. What needs to be done before, during parts of the world that the perspective limited that have been shared by various. It's not only have to play their role. Apply multifaceted approach to support, save, identify, react, and improve internal and external functions. This is something that should be part of the plan for on-site inspections for the RSAs as well, whether Islamic financial institutions are up to the mark in these areas, and adopt preventive approach instead of reactive approach to minimize cyber risk. And this is the most important thing, that the most wise person is the one who learns from others' mistakes rather than from learning his own mistakes. With that, I would like to thank you all for patient listening, and I hope that this event will actually help all the RSAs around the globe to do something even more and even better in this very needed field. Thank you very much again. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Omar Mustafa Ansari, Secretary General of IUFI. I am sorry I was mistaken. Being a new governor, I am still learning about these institutions. But you have raised excellent point. It's similar to our previous speakers. We have really excellent actually roadmap how to move on. you actually talked about the overall cyber attacks volume by sectors, and we witnessed increase actually in 2020. This is actually very normal, because in 2020, as a response of COVID-19, we moved into digitalization. We moved into remote working, and as a result, of course, we are more actually vulnerable for attacks and for more, which is the negative side of digitalization. But we have to move on. We cannot really stop moving into digitalization. We have to deal with cyber crimes and the impact of cyber crimes. I agree with you. Strengthening the governing component of security or cyber crimes is very important. Actually, under this title, Mitigating Risks and Way Forward, you highlighted actually what our previous speakers also highlighted. I repeat, you actually spoke about creating task forces or commissions. You spoke about global coordination efforts, which is really very important. You talked about support programs. Also, the Deputy Governor of Bangladesh talked about it. Actually, we talked about exchange experiences, which is really important. And I totally agree, adopting preventive approaches instead of reactive approach is really actually very important in order to minimize cyber security and risks. Here, I mean, I actually open the floor for our speakers to focus on what really IFSB can do, what measures or what actually steps can taken by IFSB in order actually to deal with or support the member states when it comes to cyber security. So the floor is yours. So who wants to really speak? I start with ladies. I start with Miss Aisha.
Okay, thank you. One of the first things IFSB can do is this session to elevate the conversation about this very important topic amongst all the stakeholders. The next thing would be to integrate, to my mind, cyber resilience considerations within the prudential framework. As we focus more on implementation of the standards, as we engage more of the members, that is the opportunity to put in the conversation about cyber threats and what institutions are doing. Luckily, technology is being used in the same way, both by conventional banks and Islamic banks. And that should give us a good head start to implementing this. I would advocate for cyber testing exercises amongst members that are interested. We had an exercise that was supported by the UK government and Citibank in 2019. It was called CyberX. It was a simulation of 5 countries simulating a cyber attack. And it was very interesting what came out of that in terms of what you haven't planned for. One, who is going to be having the conversation about what has happened? Which institution is responsible for providing liquidity backstops if required? Would you be cutting off that institution from the broader payment system and all of those things? It is only when you do those tests that you can come up with what the policies should look like. So I think those would be some of my suggestions. I think finally, we should encourage institutions to identify their critical information assets, because I know that resources are not unlimited. You have limited resources. You should identify which are your most critical assets and go around prioritizing those in terms of protection. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, it's your turn.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Actually, I do agree with the approach of the Secretary General of AUFI. One thing we should be noted here that the hackers who always step one step ahead from us, what we are thinking for the future, they do at this moment. So, it is very much essential to make program, to make training program for our officials in banking sector, and being the IFSB is the platform for us. If it can be provided by expert personnel in this institution, they can provide such kind of training program among the IFSB member countries. And one thing is that I mentioned in my deliberation that our regional cooperation is very much essential to protect our banking sector from the cyber hacker. And the experience, not for good experience, even the experience for better experience like Bangladesh, we can share such kind of experience, better experience to keep themselves protect from the future such kind of, such kind of cyber attack. And it is quite perfect that prevention approach is much, much better than the reactive approach to minimize the cyber risks in our banking sector. So this is the time to note down for all of us, being we have such kind of institutions, such kind of IFSB in place, so we can think about the matter to deploy such kind of expert people in IFSB to make our people, especially in Islamic banking sector, it could be take decision for the future preventive action against cyber attack. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Abu Farah Nasser, the Deputy Governor of Bank of Bangladesh. And finally, we move actually to Mr. Omar Mustafa Ansari. Let me ask a direct question. Can you actually, together with IFSB, jointly prepare some kind of guidance, some kind of instructions to advise Islamic financial institutions and countries how to deal with the security cyber issues? This is my direct questions to you, Mr. Omar.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I believe it's a great proposal from you. And just for the knowledge of the audience, I would like to mention that in 2018, AUFI and IFSB signed an MOU for mutual collaboration, under which our first joint standard on Sharia governance framework is now just towards finalization. We are jointly, inshallah, going to issue the exposure draft. We have also agreed recently that AUFI will be doing a standard on the Islamic benchmark rate, and IFSB will be collaborating for that. So, alhamdulillah, the ground is already there that we are working in mutual collaboration, and this is for the benefit of the overall Islamic finance industry, that these two standard setting bodies collaborate for whatever is needed. So we, from our end, yes, we believe that there are areas related to cybersecurity specific to particularly Islamic finance and Muslim countries that we need to address. So we will be more than happy. We would need to listen to Dr. Bello and the IFSB as well. They will have to take a decision. We need to take it to our board as well. As the secretariat, we cannot 100% assure that board will agree to that. But we hope that our board will agree to that. And the same thing applies there because the boards function independently. So we just need their approval. So we'll submit a proposal for that purpose. We discussed more recently this issue with our board, but our board was of the view that this is more in the focus and in the mandate of IFSB. And that's why, according to our mutual understanding, we do not go for any overlapping area. So if IFSB is willing, I can assure mutual collaboration. I can assure that we are very hopeful that our board will agree to that proposition. Not only this, I would like to just add one more thing, that there should be a joint commission of RSAs around the globe, and IFSB and AOC both can play a role in that. That even if a standard or a single set of guidelines is not there, but still an ongoing guidance process can be there. So in both options, either as a standard or guideline or a technical note, we are willing, or as a joint commission, we are willing in both situations. And we hope that our brothers at IFSB will also be positive about it. Thank you very much, sir, for your proposal. We are all for it.
Thank you for your reflection. For the sake of time, we have only two questions from the audience. Yeah, please go ahead.
I come from the United States and I run a bank. So I'm the CEO of a bank in the United States. And this cybersecurity is not left to the bankers to decide. It is something that has to be supervised by the central bank or the Federal Reserve Board or the OCC. And in your case, the central bank carries a very big responsibility. And the way we do it in the United States is every year or year and a half, we get to be examined by government examiners. And part of the examinations is examine the systems that we use and the procedures that we use. And we have to test our systems by an outside technical auditing company. We call it cybersecurity company. And these companies, audit companies, got to be certified by the government through a long procedure. And what we do, we get this company, we actually contract with this vendor, and they come in and they try the following. Number one, they test our systems, see how good it is. Is it in good shape? Is it old or new, like Mr. Ansari was telling us that the systems in the Islamic banks are not that sophisticated and old. So that's one thing they check. They check the integrity of the system. They try to penetrate the system. We have something called a penetration test. They try to attack our system from outside and see where are the weak points and the big open spaces in the security system of our IT system. And then the third and most important thing is the supervision of the bankers of their system. You know, we need to find out how many times we have been attempted to be attacked by outside attackers. And we have to have the data in a very sophisticated log. That log will be actually evaluated by the central bank. And the central bank, in our case, it's the OCC, the Office of the Control of the Currency, has its own examiners who are very sophisticated examiners who come in and not only review the report, but also discuss what's happening. And every bank has got what we say an IT committee. And I didn't hear any of this in the discussion. And I'm very alarmed because, I mean, any of the banks here can be attacked very easily. So please, central bankers who are here today, please take a note of this. And all of this data is actually available. You can discuss it with the Treasury Department of the United States.
Thank you very much. Your point is very clear, and we totally agree with you that you know, central banks, the supervisory committees departments at the central banks must actually lead on this issue, and I can assure you this is actually my own experience with our banking system. Another question, but it has to be very short, or a comment, because it was a comment. Please go ahead. We have a lady there.
Dr. Fatma Baasman, Board President of AI Society. It is very interesting all these issues that central banks are facing with respect to cybersecurity. And I would like to propose an idea related to build intelligent digital financial system where the system does not have to react and act with the platform itself, but it has to defend itself and protect itself, like the digital coin itself can protect itself in an intelligent way, using artificial intelligence and agent technology. Thank you.
I totally agree with this point and suggestions, and I think actually we have many companies are moving towards this issue as well. Anybody wants to elaborate on those comments or suggestions?
Are you looking at me?
Excuse me?
I think the gentleman from the US, thank you for that intervention. He may have missed some of the points that we made. Central banks definitely will not abrogate their responsibility in this respect. And some of what you've mentioned around ethical hacking is in place. What we need to do better, from my perspective, is to also upgrade our own systems and understanding within the central bank, and to be a lot more deliberate about the information sharing and the reporting of incidents. I think that for any financial system, the weakest link is where you should be looking at. And given that financial institutions have different levels of resources, intelligence sharing will be very important, information sharing will be very important to raise the general level of understanding within the financial system. But by no way is it that central banks are not aware of this. And the suggestion that my sister made, I think, will be very interesting as well, because it limits you having to go to external parties, because there's a risk when you bring some of these external parties to come and help test your system. So I totally agree.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have to really finish this session in order actually to move to other sessions. I thank very much the speakers and also the audience, and it was very interesting actually session. Thank you very much, and thanks to the organizers once again.
إذن شكرا جزيلا لكم أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، ولكم أنتم أيضا أعزائنا الحضور. نتوجه الآن لاستراحة لمدة ساعة لتناول وجبة الغداء. Now we're having a 1-hour break for lunch. Thank you, and please join us there. Our hosts will guide you there. Thank you. سيرشدكم مضيفونا إلى موقع أو إلى قاعة الغداء.
Walaikum salam. Can anybody hear me? Sorry, I don't speak Arabic. Okay. Okay. Can you hear me clearly? Or closer? Yep. Like this? Oh. You know, it cannot go back anymore. Oh, you mean push it up? You want me to? This is better. This is okay. Understood. No. I mean, this is. Tamam. Yeah. Okay, understood. Yes. Shall I share it now? Shall I test it? You can see my screen. Can you see my screen? $16.9. Okay.
Can you please exit that? Yes, exit the slideshow.
Yeah, and then I understand. I will change this to 16.9.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. Size. 16.9.
بتقول اذا بتقول له انه انا
Test my sound, testing. Assalamu alaikum everyone, good morning. I hope you are okay. I am looking forward to today's session. Inshallah, we will have a good discussion today. Looking forward to everything. It's okay. this. Yes, yes, it has a microphone. Yeah. What do you want me to do? You want me to switch it off, or maybe? Sorry, can you still hear me? Okay, so I can switch off the microphone. Yeah, so look, I have switched off the microphone. This is better? I switch off the microphone. You can still hear me clearly? Okay, but okay. But it seems clear, no? You can hear me, no? I thought. Yeah, I need to reconnect.
Hello, hello, hello. Yes. Okay. Please now trace speak one, please. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Hopefully, everyone is well today, and inshallah, look good. Hoping for a very good, interesting conversation with everyone today. Okay, thank you. Now, a test.
السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم الانضمام إلينا إذ أننا سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, we're starting shortly. Please join us. أدعو المتحدثين للانضمام إلينا على المنصة. I'd like to invite the speakers on stage. سيتحدث في هذه الجلسة كل من سعادة الأستاذ أيمن سجيني وسعادة البروفيسور دكتور محمد لالدن وسعادة الأستاذ حسن عثمان وسعادة الأستاذ زياد إدريس وسعادة الأستاذ خالد هولادر. أدعوهم جميعا إلى المنصة مشكورين. I'd like to invite all the speakers on stage, please. I'd like to invite our speakers for the third session on stage. Thank you.
So I ask Mr. Khalid to join us here at the stage. Mr. Khalid. So, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you again in our third session of the second day of the summit of IFSB, which comes titled the Crypto Assets and its Implication on Islamic Finance System. In this session, talking Mr. Ayman Sijini, Professor Muhammad Akram Laladun, and Mr. Hassan Uthman, and Mr. Ziad Idris, and also joining us virtually, Mr. Khalid Hulader. Now, Mr. Ayman Sijini, the floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, wa salatu wa-salamu ala Sayyidina Muhammad. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. On behalf of the Islamic Cooperation Development of the Private Sector, ICD, the private sector arm of the Islamic Development Bank, ISDB Group, I'd like to extend my utmost appreciation to the organizers and participants of this summit. Thank you for having me today, and I'm honored to kick off today's session with a brief keynote. Currently, scholars' views about the permissible of the cryptocurrency or crypto assets, such as cryptocurrency under Sharia law, and are mixed. The regulators are still trying to find firm footing when it comes to policing this systemic shift in the financial markets. Despite the setback, the rise of crypto assets and its continued technology advancements in this digital age cannot be ignored. As the world of cryptocurrency assets continue to evolve, its growing popularity in opening up the crypto investment market to a global Muslim audience, and the industry must act accordingly. This means that more clarity and regulation is needed than ever before. The question today is, to what degree have we succeeded, and what are the next steps to overcome key challenges? In order to shape this new landscape and include crypto assets in an Islamic finance portfolio, Sharia screening of crypto assets is absolutely essential. The development of standardized Sharia-compliant crypto asset international guidelines, for example, will provide potential investors with much needed transparency and will make it easier for it to be accepted in mainstream Islamic finance. But of course, this is much easier said than done. I'm sure that our session speakers today can articulate discussion, the debate surrounding crypto assets, specifically regulatory challenges that this new financial ecosystem faces, and the ongoing efforts by authorities to maximize the potential of cryptocurrency assets in Islamic finance industry. I'm confident that today's group can contribute more ideas and solutions on this front, together with everyone's experience. We can learn from one another and hopefully further unlock the potential of cryptocurrency assets as the way forward. Without further ado, I know our first speaker, Professor Dr. Muhammad Akram Laldi, who is the Executive Director of the International Sharia Research Academic for the Islamic Finance, ISRA, to open today's panel and share some preliminary insights on this topic. I look forward to the engineering and engaging discussions and gaining fresh perspectives from our esteemed speakers. Thank you very much.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. As-salatu was-salamu ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma la ilma lana illa ma 'allamtana innaka antal alimul hakim. Allahumma la sahla illa ma ja'altahu sahla wa anta taj'al al-hazna wa sa'ba in syi'ta sahla. Ayyuhal ikhwatil kiram, hayyikum bi tahiyatil Islam. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And a very good evening to everyone. First of all, thank you very much, Brother Aiman. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank SAMA as well as IFSB for inviting me to discuss about this very interesting topic regarding the cryptocurrency. In fact, on last Monday, I was here in Jeddah also, the Fiqh Academy, Majma' Fiqh al-Dawli, did discuss the same topic related to Sharia perspective when it comes to cryptocurrency. Perhaps I'm going to share with you some of the points that was discussed and some of the concern, perhaps by the scholars, you see, before we come up with a firm decision. And inshallah, I think in the next meeting of the Fiqh Academy, then there will be a resolution about cryptocurrency, I mean the Sharia standpoint regarding the cryptocurrency, even though in the previous meeting in Dubai, I think in 2019, there was some discussion, but there were no conclusion on the ruling, Sharia ruling, but there was call for more discussion and also elaboration, and the meeting last Monday was part of the process, and we hope, inshallah, I mean, we will come up to the conclusion in the next meeting, inshallah. Now, briefly, perhaps I think if you look into the world of cryptocurrency, maybe some of you are well versed about this. I think as I have the data as of a couple of days back on the 6th of November, if you can see that on the up to 6th of November, I mean, there are more than 7,066 cryptocurrencies that is available in the market. And the global crypto market cap is 2.85 trillion. I mean, it is really huge. And Bitcoin price is currently hovering around 65,000 US dollars. And the trading 112 billion in 24 hours. So you can imagine the complexity of this instrument. And of course, I mean, as the Sharia scholars, we really need to look into the different aspect, different dimension, different types of crypto, and whether, and I'm not in the favor, of course, I mean, of giving one ruling for the entire type. You have more than 7,000 types, and you cannot give a single ruling for the whole 7,000 types of crypto, even though there were some who provide that kind of conclusion, saying that everything is forbidden. But personally, I won't go that route, because I believe that we really need to dissect the different type, categorize the different type of crypto, and different type of crypto might have different Sharia implication, different types. You see, some are asset-backed, and some are regulated, some are, you know, I mean, might have certain features that can be considered from the Sharia point of view. Now, having said that, if you look at some of the concern that I'm going to share with you, as I mentioned, of the scholars on this issue, is that one is that whether it is, as all of us know, that when you talk about crypto, its issuance is not centralized, meaning that anyone can issue it. You see, and we have seen that Bitcoin, of course, I mean, there is the mining process for Bitcoin. When it comes to cryptos, we can see that, for example, some startups, they have issued cryptos, you see, in order for them to generate funding, for them to start their business, and some of the cryptos are backed by gold. So these are the different type of cryptos that is available. So this is one of the concerns that the scholars have, that how do we categorize and how do we dissect and see at each and every aspect of it, whether it complies with the requirement of Sharia. And I think the other concern is that whether it is an asset, it is a kind of service that is provided. I think that was part of the conclusion that was reached during the last Majma discussion. And the second thing is that it is difficult to control its value and also price. And we can see that how Bitcoin, for example, how it fluctuates. You see, I mean, it is sometimes it is ridiculous. Within days, I mean, the price shoot very high, and it is not a small discrepancy between the price. So the volatility of Bitcoin, for example, I mean, you can see that, and this is also one of the concern, whether there is any element, you see, of manipulation or not, in which Sharia is also very much concerned about this element when it comes to manipulation and whatnot, whether there is any element of uncertainty, gharar and whatnot. I mean, these are also among the things that was discussed, and they cannot be defined as security because they are not asset-backed. Perhaps some might be asset-backed, and there is no mechanism that exists for regulating cryptocurrencies and protecting against manipulative transactions. And we have seen that some people have lost some of their units in their account, you see, and nobody can be held as accountable when it comes to crypto, some of the type of cryptos that we have seen. So these are also among the concern, and it is invested by user for speculative purpose and not as medium of exchange. That is the reason why we have seen some of the views. For the interest of time, I'm just going to mention some of the view that has been given by the by the religious scholars. Maybe some of you have come across this. The Egyptian Grand Mufti, for example, has issued an official fatwa banning Bitcoin, and he mentioned that trade is in cryptocurrency is similar to gambling, which is forbidden in Islam. Again, as I mentioned, I mean, this is a very general statement which need to be investigated further. And the OIC symposium I mentioned to you earlier on, and we have the Turkey's highest religious authority also have issued, I mean, similar views. I mean, having said that, how I look at it is that for me, when we talk about crypto, it is something, a new innovation that is available in the market, and it falls within the general purview or general ruling of Sharia, which says that al-aslu fil ashya al-ibaha, meaning that everything when we talk about mu'amalah, it is ibaha, it is permissible, unless if there is any clear indication showing that it is otherwise. So that's why, I mean, further investigation is needed. So this new innovation, you see, have to be further investigated. And when we talk about this innovation, of course, I mean, it is to facilitate, and particularly when it comes to transaction and whatnot, there are benefits in it, and there might be some areas in which it might bring harm. When it is very much speculative and whatnot, there is the area in which it has to be, it is manipulative. Therefore, you see, I mentioned in the discussion in the Majma' the other day that my personal view is that we have to come up with a ruling which says that it is permissible, but with certain conditions. All right. Among the conditions is that I mentioned, there must be a body which is regulating. You see, cryptos as it is now. Well, perhaps, I mean, that might be something which is practical. It might not be practical, but then to a certain extent, there must be some form of regulation, and also, if it is a currency, then we must ascertain that there are a body, you see, that is giving legitimacy, as we have the currency nowadays. I mean, it is a legal tender that is issued by the central bank, you see, so it is backed by the government. So if we were to declare crypto, for example, as a currency, then it has to be backed by an authority, so that you have somewhere to fall if there is any uncertainty that is happening. And then I mentioned about al-istiqrar al-nisbi fi qimatuha wa huwa ma ashara ilayhi Ibn Qayyim. There must be some form of stability. When you talk about currency, for example, there must be some form of stability. I mean, you cannot have something which is very volatile when it comes to this kind of instrument. So these are among the suggestions that I have given, and I strongly believe that, you see, a lot of discussion that is going to happen, and at the end of the day, I strongly believe that there will be certain condition that will be put by the scholars in order to legitimize cryptocurrency. So I think I'll stop there, you see, for the interest of time, to give a chance to my colleague to provide their views. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
So I'd like to give the floor for our next session. Our next speaker, please.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Perfect. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Mr. Sijini and Professor Muhammad, thank you very much for your remarks and for introducing the session. One of the things that I am very happy that you said is that you cannot go and blanket ban 7,000 plus more different types of instruments. I think part of the issue here is actually the nomenclature and the names here, using words like currency. I mean, these are the terminologies that are used in this sector, cryptocurrency. So we're not always talking about actually the same thing, you know? Fundamentally, what is blockchain? What is crypto? We're talking about a database. We're talking about a smart contract. We're talking about an agreement between two parties. And if we actually look at the use of this technology, I think it can be used for speculative purposes. It can be used for purposes that we could say are Sharia non-compliant. At the same time, it can be used for very legitimate purposes and can be used for things that are perfectly legitimate and perfectly Sharia compliant. I think that's the area that we need to be very careful with. And we had a panel of governors here earlier, and I think one of the great remarks that was made is regulation is not there just simply to regulate, and regulators should not be there just simply to regulate. It's also to empower and to promote potentially. But the idea here is to promote legitimate players, to promote responsible players, and to promote the protection of the consumer, fundamentally. That's what all of this is about. It's about the protection of the consumer. So I think as long as we can solve those issues, then the means in which individuals, companies are transacting with each other is actually besides the point. Technology is always going to change. It could have been a handshake and word of mouth. It could be a piece of paper that we write together. It could be an email, or it could be a blockchain registered smart contract. It's a means to an end. So I think it's great to see that the IFSB is now starting to bring standardization around Islamic finance and around Sharia compliance. I think these are the bigger, higher level meta issues that I think this industry requires. But if we try to regulate the technologies, I think we will always be behind the curve, because the technology will always inevitably move faster than the regulation and then policy. So we need to understand fundamentally what is it that is being offered by a particular instrument, by a particular token, by a particular quote-unquote cryptocurrency. You know, again, I say the terminology here is very confusing, but it's fundamentally what is the action that is taking place.
Well, that's very interesting too, and that comment. I'd like to give. Thank you very much. I'd like to give the floor to the third speaker, please. If you could introduce yourself.
Thank you. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillah. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulil Kareem. Assalamu alaikum, and thank you, Brother Ayman and Akram Zaid, for the contributions you have made around this subject matter. And I also join them to thank IFSB for inviting us to this very important summit. And I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bless the deliberations and also to continue to guide leadership of the IFSB in delivering on its mandates. I think, like Brother Zaid said, the issues is about smart contracts, about the technology itself, and how the industry, like all other industries, take the advantage of what is there. But that's not to say that the regulation or the regulators are not concerned about many other issues, not necessarily relating to security, areas of terrorist financing, issues around stability of their various financial systems. These are key fundamentals that continue to worry regulators around how to put their arms around this new technology and how to deal with cryptocurrencies in general. I think what is important to all of us is while the Sharia is looking at putting a framework and identifying what are the key regulation or the key issues that should guide cryptocurrencies to become permissible as an asset class in the Islamic financial space. It is important that the industry recognize the potency of the technology around cryptocurrencies and adopt them to deal individually with what the frame of their offerings are. For instance, Jais Bank, one of the key driver in my environment for setting Jais Bank is to increase financial inclusion, bring especially Muslim communities and societies that are outside the banking industry or the financial industry, bring them into the financial space, which as we roll out, we now recognize that in addition to financial inclusion, as it said earlier this morning in one of these community conversations, that we require economic inclusion. Because we are in a society where the majority of the people are really struggling to survive. So financial inclusion is not very meaningful to many of them because it's not just about providing the banking or financial instruments or access. It's also about empowering them to be able to be in the financial system. What we are looking is to work with communities and people that do not have much economic activity, provide some finance to them, no matter how small, to do some economic activity that will add to the national economy, but especially to empowering them so that they can live above the poverty line, they can be able to send their children to school, and they can be part and parcel of the economy, and then financial inclusion then become relevant to them. One specific example we try to work with is to work with women groups in the rural communities. These are people who have never had any account in any financial institution or any wallet. Gather them into groups and provide, rather than asking them to open an account and put deposit, to provide capital to them, initial small capital to do whatever small businesses they are doing so they can enhance that capacity and be in the economic space. Pre-COVID, when we did a pilot with about 5,000 women, we had almost 99.9% recovery. COVID came and there was some disruptions. Now we are becoming to normalcy. So the challenge for us now is about scaling, because we have to work with bank workers in a group in some branches, no matter what you call them, some kind of establishment where you bring them, work with them, train them, and then provide the funding, the financing. But how do you scale this in a country of about 200 million population with this diversity? How do you do this economically? And that's where now we come to, can you adopt this technology, the cryptocurrency, the underlying technology under this, put them in blocks with the chain around that, because of the encryption, ensure that there is strength in what you deliver in terms of its security, and also in terms of the fact that this becomes cheaper to deliver than adopting a banking application, because this is a distributed ledger that you don't need to have any service provider as a bank or a financial institution to deliver on it. The key issues then that we will have to deal with here and now when we deploy this is how do we ensure that there is strong internet connection, because this technology works where the internet connectivity is strong. Secondly, how do we ensure that these people at this lower level are able to afford a smartphone, not only afford it, but also the literacy level is such that they can be able to operate this technology without compromising the security. Because if they have they are private, just like the password you have in cryptocurrency, also you will deal with the situation where you have your private key and as against the public key. So how do you, with this literacy level, how do you ensure safety of the private key and associated issues of compromise that could happen under these circumstances? So I think the challenge for us in this, especially in some part of the world that we come from, is how do we deploy the underlying blockchain technology to accelerate financial inclusion and financial economic inclusion of the vast majority of people that we work with, trying to support them to bring them from the bottom of the pyramid and create economic balance in society, and therefore stability, not only of the financial system, but also peace and harmony in society. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Khalid Hawlader, Head of Credit and Sukuk Advisory, RJ Flemings and Company.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Can you hear me clearly?
Oh, yes. Very loud.
Ivan, good to see you again. Firstly, I'm here actually in my capacity as chairman of a decentralized finance crypto project. So this is a real life use case. But before I take you through a few slides around that use case, I just want to add some opening comments that I think capture a bit of what the previous speakers were saying. Now, most of you know me as an old school traditional finance guy. I'm a centralized finance guy, banks, ratings, all these things that are not very particularly exciting nowadays. But I genuinely feel for the first time in, 500 years, we have the opportunity to use technology to create a complementary financial system that is much more in keeping with the principles of Islamic finance. And this, the potential of cryptocurrency and crypto assets benefits both the micro communities. So as the previous speaker was saying, bringing much more inclusion into the system, but also at the institutional level, when we see that sometimes the challenges that some Muslim countries face in the international banking system based on the political agendas of certain countries. So the promise of crypto assets, cryptocurrency, the entire ecosystem is something very meaningful and very relevant for the entire Muslim community. And as the Marhaba team have nicknamed me the chief negative officer, I say it with all honesty that I genuinely think we have an opportunity here as a group, as a community, to really take Islamic finance into a new place, a place of innovation, and a place where we're not just looking over at the conventional side and copying their products. We really have the opportunity to create a new parallel system that works together with the existing Islamic finance industry. So at this point, I'm going to share my screen and take you through a short presentation on a crypto project that inshallah will go live in December. I'm relying a bit on technology here, but let's see if it works. Ayman, can you see my screen? Hello?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Looks like we have technology challenges here.
Okay. Well, I'm going to...
Okay.
Great.
Okay. You can see it now, I think.
I think so.
Yeah.
Not sure.
I can see it.
Perfect. Exactly. So look, at the moment, there are over 200 million people participating in this new crypto economy. And as Muslims, because of the Sharia concerns highlighted previously, we risk crypto exclusion. And the way that I would look at cryptocurrency is that it's a tool, it's a technology. And as Ziad said, you can use a technology for good things and you can use a technology for bad things. So as well as what Dr. Akram said, taking a blanket approach to crypto is absolutely, in my mind, the wrong approach to take. You have to look at each token, each asset specifically, and that creates a constraint on the scholars. We are already short of Sharia scholars, and now on top of the shortage, we now have to add a new skill set of cryptography, and that makes a much more challenging Sharia situation. But I think the starting point, as Ziad was saying, this is a technology. So the same way that your copy of Microsoft Office is not certified halal or haram, you have to look at the technology, what it does, and then you can form an opinion. And many tokens involve some form of riba or some form of lending. Obviously, these would be prohibited. Other tokens are based on utility, are based on staking, are based on trading. So absolutely, you need to look through the entire crypto universe and you need to screen which tokens are halal and haram. And at Marhaba, we do actually have a team of Sharia scholars that are doing this job at the moment. But the main point of this slide, unless Muslims, we embrace this technology in an intelligent and discerning way, we risk exclusion from a sector that I think will be as big as the internet was 20 years ago. Ethical, faith-based, most of the cryptoverse, as highlighted, there's a lot of risk, there's a lot of fraud, and an ethical approach to crypto is something that is very needed. And so again, we need governance within that system. Going back to the point of inclusion, because of the low cost of these networks and the unbanked who cannot participate in the banking system, this offers the promise of much greater inclusion for these excluded communities, for these low-income communities. And unfortunately, Muslim countries, we have a high concentration of countries that are suffering from either wars or famine or civil challenges. And so it's much more relevant for the Islamic finance ecosystem that we can bring access to the lowest level of the community. And the last element is about complexity. This is something that will take time to fix. It's only going to be education, education, and education. But on the regulatory side, on the community side, on the stakeholder side, it's only education that will get us to the point where the Muslim ecosystem can really take advantage of the potential. Of the 3 trillion, this is the Islamic finance sector, there's 150 billion of conventional value in that system. There's 0 Islamic. That has to change. The Muslim communities, the Islamic banking system, the Islamic corporates, we have to claim our share of this ecosystem and not get left behind in this amazing sector. And as you can see there, there's a lot of synchronicity with the UN SDGs. This is my comment on regulation. Now, at the moment, the cryptoverse is a very retail-driven space. Lots of young people, lots of brave people participating, small tickets, small numbers generally, but obviously you have a few large tickets. Now, in the Islamic banking sector, we are in a low rate, a low yield environment. There's over $1 trillion worth of corporate and retail deposits worldwide that are paying less than 1% return. So people cannot find a way to grow wealth. And yet in the cryptoverse, there are many wealth opportunities emerging. Now, issues like consumer protection, anti-money laundering, know your customer, all of these have to be implemented for an institutional DeFi solution. And this is where the regulators come in, and they should be encouraged to break up the sort of cryptoverse. It's not one monolithic technology. There are people who are using crypto for lending, people that are using crypto for investing, people that are using crypto as a currency. So from a regulatory standpoint, you cannot look at it as a simple one sectoral problem. You need to break it up into different areas of domain expertise. And in terms of Islamic banks, if you can offer retail-oriented crypto products, there will be huge growth for the banking sector. As the new generation of Muslims, they are very into crypto, but they are also very Sharia sensitive. And that is the space that we are looking to grow. This is just a quick note on the Marhaba DeFi halal ecosystem. So I won't go through all these products, but nonetheless, there are some screening products for tokens. There are some NFT products, there's wealth products, etc. But this is the halal ecosystem that we're trying to build. And that's really the close of my presentation. But just to wrap up, just to sort of restate the importance for everyone in the room and everyone listening, the Muslim community, the Muslim financial sector has a once-in-a-generation opportunity to put Islamic finance at the lead of innovation, to bring in the community at every level, both from the smallest to the biggest. And I hope, working together with the scholars, we can bring them to get comfortable in the areas of this new technology that work, and that we can take our place in this cryptoverse. So that's the end of my opening comments, and hopefully that was useful to you. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Well, thank you very much. I thank the speakers for their, of course, great comments and for giving us a little bit background about their views. And thank you very much for your attendance. Thank you very much. Take care.
Any question and answer session, no?
No, they didn't tell me that there is questions and answers. So. Is there questions and answers? I apologize, because I wasn't told that that was part of the schedule. So if there is any questions that you have from the floor, please.
You were keen to end it quickly.
If you have any questions, please raise your hand to get the microphone. إذا في أي سؤال تفضلي لو سمحتي مايكروفون. طيب ممكن يسمعوك الأخوان إذا ترفع صوتك لو سمحتي.
ما حقدر أسمع صوتك سامحيني. I don't know what the solution is for this.
المخرج هل في إمكانية توفير ميكروفون أو ما في ميكروفون؟ طيب. عفواً. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll take it. Sorry, can you please introduce yourself?
My name is Dr. Yahya Abdul Rahman.
Yahya, thank you very much for the question.
Sure.
Actually, this terminology, as I mentioned, it's a big issue for a lot in the community, because if you want to be very traditionalist about it, today none of these tokens, coins, are actually currencies. Okay, they're not being used as a. They might be utilized as a medium of exchange, but
the difference.
A currency should be used as a medium of exchange, even in the cryptoverse. But Bitcoin is not being used as a medium of exchange primarily.
والنقود هي the currency. So you can use a piece of paper as a currency. But an asset is a hard asset that can be valued using a valuing system. And we cannot mix these two words in our regular conversation because you will be falling in a big trap. Because if you call it an asset, then it becomes an investment. And the question is, what are you investing in? And can we apply the Sharia guidelines for investing in nothing? Okay? Can you invest in dollars? Can you speculate in the US dollar from a Sharia standpoint? So the question I'm asking Mr. Howder here, what is the difference between an asset and a currency? You use the same terminology.
I think the best way to actually look at this is to view a lot of these tokens as securities. Many of them are offering an exposure to a project in the same way that you would own an equity, a share. Many of them are offering exposure perhaps to an underlying asset. It could be gold on the other side, such as an EFT, for example. So we cannot say that all of these tokens and all of these currencies
are assets and there are currencies. And there are two classes of assets, fungible assets and non-fungible assets. A fungible asset is an asset that changes nature upon use. A non-fungible asset is an asset that stays as is. A car is a non-fungible asset, then you can rent it. But a currency is a fungible asset. A loaf of bread is a fungible asset. A piece of tomato is a fungible asset. Upon using it, you change its nature and you cannot rent it. You cannot invest in it.
So actually the issue that you've raised...
Please, when you're in your course of discussions, you need to differentiate between two words, an asset and a currency. That's all I can say. But you didn't give me the difference yet.
I think you answered the question yourself.
No, I wanted to ask you the difference between an asset and a currency.
Let's discuss this after the session. Thank you very much indeed. We have a question, but it has to be a quick one, please. 30 seconds max. هنا لو سمحت ميكروفون. هنا عند السيدة عند السيدة لو سمحت عشان هي الطلبة من أول وبعدين أود أسبيك.
Thank you very much for all the speakers for sharing their insight with us. I completely agree with most of the things that has been presented here from each and every speaker. It's not a question, but I'm going to suggest something. When we look at G20, we understand that they have approved already about 20 currency. So maybe this is our time also to establish our own Islamic currency internationally. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, everybody, for attending. It's been a great honor to have the speakers and your attendance. Thank you, and have a very good day.
Of the second day of the IFSB Summit. Of course, before waving you goodbye, I'd like to draw your attention that the dinner time will be at 8 o'clock today here at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, Ali's Hall. We're looking forward to having you around at 8 o'clock. نتشرف بكم حضورا هنا في قاعة العز في فندق الريتز كارلتون. I'd like to draw your attention that there is an office for the PCR tomorrow from 8 o'clock in the morning up to 3 o'clock p.m. إذا لدينا مكتب مخصص لإجراء فحص PCR لاختبار كورونا فيروس. سيكون تتوفر هذه الخدمات من الساعة 8 صباحا حتى الساعة 3 عصرا إن شاء الله. For those wishing to do Umrah, I'd like to, of course, to guide, I'd like them to go there to register their name there for further information. You can ask the office itself. لهؤلاء الذين يريدون أن يقدموا العمرة أرجو منهم التوجه إلى مكتب العمرة في بهو الاستقبال للفندق. هناك مكتب متخصص بخدمات العمرة ويشرف المكتب طبعا تقديم كافة هذه الخدمات لكم. أشكركم. Thank you very so much, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished audience. Thank you very so much.